Ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to start our program right now. He's made his entrance together. Let's welcome General Luhut Binsar Panjaitan for the SIEW Summit keynote, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to have you back. Certainly hope you have had a good lunch. And as mentioned, this is going to be a very, very interesting afternoon as we start with our summit keynote, our SIEW Summit keynote. We have General Luhut Binsar Panjaitan who will be giving us his keynote speech. Baba, good to have you here with us, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite General Luhut Binsar Panjaitan for the summit's keynote. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Manpower of Singapore, distinguished ministers, industries, leaders, and fellow delegates, good morning. It is a privilege to speak at Singapore International Energy Week 2025 and to join you in celebrating Singapore's 60th year of independence and remarkable journey built on resilience, foresight, and innovation. This year, theme Envisioning Energy Tomorrow, Building System Today, remind us that the future of energy will not be determined by technology alone, but by our collective choices and cooperation today. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the world is undergoing rapid transformation. We face four defining challenges: digital disruption, artificial intelligence, climate change, and the shift of low-carbon economy, geopolitical fragmentation and economic competition, and high global uncertainty. Indonesia's vision remains firm to achieve the golden vision by 2045 and become high-income nation with strong human capital, food and energy sufficiency, and national resilience. To do so, we must build an energy system that sustains growth while cutting emission. For developing country like Indonesia, we should see the equilibrium of this. At the same time, we want to reduce the carbon emission, but we have to maintain our economic growth. It's like during COVID time. It's not easy, but I think with collaboration and partnership, we can do it. Because Indonesia is very rich in many areas. So if we manage this well, we can do a lot of things. President Prabowo wants to see our economic growth like 8% over time by 2029, around 2028, 2029. To be honest to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, this is very doable for simple reason. Because we have everything in order to support these dreams. And we experienced also this achievement by simple thing. Number one, the regulation. Yeah, the regulation very important. And we are using also today government technology, digitalize the system, the whole Indonesia. And we experienced this when we tackle COVID-19 back to some times ago. By using this digitalization, we can bring efficiency, effectiveness, and less corruption in order to achieve our target. Some people still hesitate whether we can do the 8% growth. But my experience being the Chief of Staff of the President, 2014, and I experienced 3-time senior minister in Indonesia, I can tell you this is very achievable. We experienced about the downstreaming industry and on nickel ore, and we are very successful of that. Since then, our economy moving quite good. But today, we are facing about bigger challenge on the issue of a low carbon economy, geopolitical fragmentation, economic competition, and high global uncertainty, which is, I think, this is the ingredient of the problem today that we are facing. But at the same time, Indonesia also want to achieve our target 8% growth to be high-income country by 2045, 2050. Can we do this? Of course, we can do it if we work together jointly, hand in hand. Indonesia about energy, I think we are able to. We have a plan to have the new grid of power plant around the country, because Indonesia has a big potential on renewable energy. You name it, geothermal, tidal, you name many things you can do. Hydropower. We build, for instance, hydropower right now like 9 gigawatt in Kalimantan. How do we transfer this energy? We should have the grid. Grid not only for the interest of Indonesia, we should also link maybe to ASEAN grid. We have 21 gigawatt potential renewable energy, hydropower in Papua. We have so many things. But the only thing that we have to do, how do we capitalize this? Now Indonesia has a Danantara. Danantara is an asset of the government Indonesia, state-owned company. We put it together. We bring it to be very transparent. They have right to do joint venture with the foreign company. And we are hoping that this become a very transparent, and then we can create, or we can go IPO this company, so bring efficiency again and also benefit to the people of Indonesia. As again, ladies and gentlemen, Golden Vision by 2045, President Prabowo also want to move to give attention more on human capital, food security, energy security. But I believe, ladies and gentlemen, without research, I don't think that we can have a food security. So right now we have genome sequencing research in Lake Toba. We have nearly 400 species of herbal. We can improve the yield of any seed over there in Indonesia. So I should say this is seeding company, because we can improve the quality of any crops that we have in Indonesia. Right now we are ongoing on this. We are ready. Maybe you're going to be surprised that we achieve already some certain level. And like artificial intelligence also, I said to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, every day they change this, the level of artificial intelligence. So that's why digitalization is very important for Indonesia. So AI, we are doing also research, and together with the Indonesian young people. Same also with the government technology. We could mobilize around 300 young people of Indonesia, so we don't need to import technology for that. We design our own, and it was very successfully. You look the e-catalog, for instance, all the government procurement, the $100 billion through e-catalog today. This is designed by the young people of Indonesia. So with the AI, I mentioned also, this is very important. And we are doing our research. What we are doing, we're going to do tomorrow, trial on this technology, what we call it personal knowledge container, meaning that every single people of Indonesia or anywhere could have their own cloud. So we don't need to go to the big cloud like Amazon and others. So we can do it. This is ongoing research. Can we do this? Now ongoing. So ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has so much potential, but I don't think that we can do it alone. We have to work together, and I believe Singapore also become a good partner, and any country in this region can work together with Indonesia. And today also, if you look at also the seaweed, it's part of the decarbonization also. We grow seaweed. Indonesia one of the largest potential for seaweed production, and we can transfer seaweed to be anything. Seaweed is like 10 years ago, nickel ore. People are very pessimistic about the downstreaming of nickel ore, but today, still going very well. Our export at the time only $1.5 billion. Last year, our export already 44 billion US dollars because of downstreaming of industry. So again, the developing country like Indonesia can do something also, can contribute a lot to the humanity. So ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my remark, I would like to invite all of you, let's work together, let's help each other, and I believe that we still can do a lot together, especially with Singapore, because Singapore is a very close neighbor of Indonesia. If you look at also the estimated of the carbon capture storage, we have a 400 to 600 GT-CCS storage capacity, which is, I think, needed also by Singapore. So you can inject your CO2 over there. So, again, Indonesia is very good potential to invest today, that we can use also blended finance to finance this program. Global Blended Finance Alliance, I think G20 Bali, this is part of the organization. We like also that Singapore could help us or could be part of this to make this become the international organization. So ladies and gentlemen, waste to energy program, this is I think very important. The President already signed a decree on this. We have like 31 sites that you can imagine one site, this is 1,000 tons. Like Jakarta right now, they produce waste like 10 to 12,000 tons a day, meaning that you can produce like nearly 200 megawatt electricity, green energy. So we have also project in Bali, in Bandung, 31 city, whole country. We have like 2.6 billion tons of waste in Indonesia. So you can see this is the potential also to invest for the clean energy. So if we can work together using blended finance as a tools, as to invest in this particular area, could help also to reduce carbon emission in the world. Indonesia, of course, target by 2050 or sooner, but our target like Bali, we like to see the carbon emission, zero carbon emission in Bali by 2045. We like to do it early because Bali would like to see Bali become a very clean energy. So ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned earlier about regional interconnectivity, which is I think very important. I mentioned also that we have a plan to have a grid around the country so we can link again also to ASEAN. And I would like also to see more to follow up the collaboration more deeply with Singapore. I just want to add to the last one is the population of Indonesia today, 287 million people. That's we discover through AI. Because we link this together right now, we can read nearly every day the number of Indonesian population. And out of that, thus I try to understand 1% is very smart, then you can see a lot of smart people in Indonesia soon, because we have also training center for the smart people of Indonesia. We train them for the gasing, the mathematics and physics. That's, I think, the very important one, mathematics and physics. And Indonesia started already to do this, and we have some training center of that in Lake Toba, and you will see soon also a lot of smart people could come up from Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you, sir. Next up for our keynote address, ladies and gentlemen, is the next energy breakthrough, scaling future energy technologies. And this is presented by the Deputy Director General and Head of Department of the Nuclear Safety and Security International Atomic Energy Agency. Please welcome for this keynote address the very lovely Ms. Karine Erview.
Good afternoon, distinguished Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here at the Singapore International Energy Week 2025 to address this important session on the next energy breakthrough, sealing the future energy technologies, which will be also covering the future of advanced energy technologies, including the next generation of nuclear technologies such as small modular reactors, or better known as SMRs. Ensuring the safe, secure, efficient, and reliable long-term operation of SMR is vital to address for all those involved in the nuclear industry. I would like to underscore that the emerging technologies offer flexibility and scalability, making them attractive options for countries seeking clean, reliable energy tailored to their needs. What is critical are proven safety and security and SMR design and operation, which is key to accelerating their deployment. It is also important that the IAEA milestone approach support countries interested in nuclear energy. This approach provides a structured framework that helps countries develop a nuclear power program in a safe, secure, and sustainable way. It guides them through 3 progressive phases, each ending in a milestone, ensuring that 19 key infrastructure issues, such as legal, regulatory, and human resource development, are thoroughly addressed before moving forward. Ladies and gentlemen, while safety regulation is a national responsibility, international standards and harmonized approaches help promote consistency and confidence. They ensure that nuclear technology are used safely. I would like to underscore that regulatory requirements for advanced nuclear technology should not be seen as barriers. They are essential for building trust and ensuring the safety and secure integration of SMRs into national emergency mixes. Public confidence is also vital, and we must actively communicate the safety features of these technologies. Furthermore, capacity building efforts are among the key methods through which the IAEA supports countries, providing training, education, and developing human resources across the nuclear field, including in nuclear safety and security. The agency has launched 2 new initiatives: a school for regulating SMRs to support member states in developing a regulatory framework for SMR deployment, and a second initiative, was SMR Regulation and Collaboration Hub, which saw how the SMR platform and nuclear harmonization and standardized initiative aims to address regulatory challenges and promote safety and efficiency in SMR regulation. This initiative is designed to help regulators prepare for the licensing of SMRs by providing specialized training, fostering collaboration, and sharing knowledge and experience to ensure a robust regulatory framework. SMRs offer a unique potential opportunity to achieve a clean energy transition and enhance energy security, and by integrating safety and security at the very early stages of the development, they fulfill their potential and contribute significantly to our global energy future. Further, to help countries align their nuclear program with international standards, the IAEA offers peer reviews and advisory services that provide experts' independent assessment. These missions foster transparency, build trust, and support continuously improvement of nuclear safety, security, and infrastructure. I would like to emphasize that for the IAEA, it's vital that the international community works increasingly together to develop common approaches in both the industrial and regulatory field. To conclude, our efforts reflect the IAEA's commitment to supporting member states in deploying advanced nuclear technologies from the design stage that covers the entire life cycle of these advanced reactors to ensure safe security and sustainability. Thank you.
Ms. Airview, thank you very much, ma'am. Onwards to our panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, on the next energy breakthrough, scaling future energy technologies. And this, of course, is presented by ExxonMobil. Leading today's discussion, as you can see, our panelists and our moderator making their way up on stage already. Allow me to introduce them. Is Dr. Anders Hoffmann, IEA Governing Board Chair, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry for Climate, Energy and Utilities, Denmark. Joining him on stage is Mr. Tadashi Maeda, Chairman of the Board, Japan Bank for International Cooperation, Dr. Summer Bilbao Yi-Leong, Director General, World Nuclear Association, Heli Christopherson, President Asia and member of Executive Committee, Total Energies, Dominic Giannetti, Senior Vice President, Carbon Capture and Storage, ExxonMobil Low Carbon Solutions, Yao Yu Chang, Assistant Chief Executive Officer and Global Head of LNG Trading and New Energies, PetroChina International. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave it to Dr. Anders Hoffmann to hold the fort. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and it's a great pleasure to be back. I was here last year, and we had Dance on Lion, and we had a great time, and we opened, as was just mentioned, the first IEA center outside of Paris, and it was such a success that I actually brought the entire governing board of the International Energy Agency to hold the meeting in Singapore this week. So great to be back. I have an excellent panel. All of them have great CVs, and we decided to skip them because they're so long that it actually took the entire 40 minutes to go through them. What we're doing in the panel is really to do something slightly different than Minister Tang told us this morning. He said we should focus on what to do tomorrow. In this panel, we are actually looking towards 2050. So we will have the crystal balls, really try to see what would happen in the future, what are the technologies, how would they emerge, and really try to understand them. I have an iPad, so if there's questions for the panel, please start typing them, and I will use them later. But I did prepare some of them before. So let me start with Dominic. I know we share a passion for carbon capture and storage, so maybe we should start with that technology. How do you see that playing, of course, first tomorrow, but also taking toward 2050? I mean, what are the key things that we should look for in that development?
Yeah, great question, Anders, and great to be here this afternoon with all of you. Great to see so many people out in this venue. Let me start with what we call the ingredients that it takes to make a carbon capture and storage business work. Obviously, you need to have a lot of carbon emissions. You need to have access to affordable geologic storage. You need to have access to infrastructure and low-cost energy. And then, perhaps most importantly, is you need to have policy and technology that supports carbon capture and storage. And what's interesting, as we started to build out our carbon capture and storage business, it turns out there's not that many places in the world where all of those ingredients exist today. And so what we've decided to focus on is one place where that does exist is the US Gulf Coast in the United States, where all those ingredients exist. We acquired a company called Denbury in 2023 that had a CO2 pipeline that runs across that region that is in proximity to about 500 megatons per annum of CO2 emissions and ample geologic storage, and we've started to build that system out. Yeah. And this year, actually in June, we started up our first customer, a fertilizer ammonia producer called CF Industries. We've now signed up 8 customers in the US Gulf Coast, totaling 11 MTA. These are third-party customers. And we're also developing a hydrogen project in Baytown, Texas, that will have another 7 MTA of CO2 emissions that will go into the system. And perhaps one of the most exciting opportunities we have is with the boom in demand for electricity from artificial intelligence. We're working with several hyperscalers to help them develop a site that has power, several gigawatts of power, along with carbon capture and storage, and that will feed into our system as well. So basically, the way I would summarize it is we're focused in those areas because the ingredients exist. If I think about the rest of the world, carbon capture and storage has huge potential. And where we see the emissions and the storage, we're working with governments to implement policy that we think can support the industry.
Maybe let me get back to that in my second question, actually, maybe focusing on this region, but let's save that. Maybe I can now move on to Sama. I think we heard quite a lot of discussion already about nuclear. Small modular reactors, definitely something that all of us are looking forward to see entering the market. Could you maybe sort of elaborate a bit on how do you see this moving forward towards 2050? What are we looking at? And by the way, looking at your CV, you're actually also a PhD in nuclear, so you can actually do them yourself.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, very much. Well, thank you for the question, Anders, and you are right. I mean, we have seen already today lots of different conversations about the essential role of nuclear energy as we move forward if we want to decarbonize in a manner that is timely, cost-effective, and equitable. So that's very important. So yes, SMRs, I think that everybody is looking at them as a very important complement to the large reactors. To me, it's not so much the technology what is different about the small modular reactor, is the delivery mechanism. So we are looking about reactors that are much more compact, that are standardized, that are going to be manufactured in a factory or very much in a serious production as opposed to a project basis. So what it's going to allow us is they are going to make them more affordable, and they are going to minimize the time to delivery, meaning we are going to have a much smaller civil project, and essentially you are going to get this small modular reactor from the factory in the back of a truck to the place where you are going to install it. And well, this brings many opportunities, as I said, as a complement of the large reactors that we already have and the ones that are under construction all over the world, because it's going to help decarbonize not only electricity. We talked about artificial intelligence. We talked about lots of manufacturing and other industries that use electricity, but also it's going to be absolutely a game changer to decarbonize many other sectors of the economy that are difficult to abate. So we just talked about CCUS needing access to affordable energy. Here we have it. So we can have, we are seeing already the oil and gas industry, the metallurgical industry, chemical industry, remote locations that are looking at mining or industrial locations that are looking at these small modular reactors as a very good opportunity to have not just electricity, but also heat, steam that are used for this process heating, but also district heating, also fresh water that you can create with these small modular reactors. So essentially, I think that they are a very exciting opportunity to help, again, not just electrify the world, but actually help decarbonize in many other parts of the economy that are difficult to decarbonize today.
Perfect, thank you. And maybe then I'll move on to Helle. In Total Energies, of course, you're looking at, by the name, many different energies. Seen from your perspective, what would be sort of the key technologies that you would sort of mention looking towards 2050?
Thank you, Anas, and good afternoon, everyone. If I may, before I answer, I just want to congratulate all our friends from Singapore with their 60th anniversary, and confess that I'm speaking out of knowledge. It's a beautiful age. So, yeah, congratulations. I'm happy to be here. And, you know, there are so many technologies out there that we could talk about. I have chosen to mention electrification, which has been, you know, discussed this morning, but it will certainly continue to be a mega trend underpinning the transition way beyond 2050. It's very important in terms of energy efficiency, and it's very important on emissions as long as power is clean or as clean as possible. It doesn't work for all industries, but it is a mega trend. And so we know what we need to do. We need to minimize coal. We need to maximize renewables. Could be nuclear too, but I think nuclear will take some time, so short-term renewables. And then we have to remember that as we do that, there is an intermittency issue because our customers, they want firm power, not intermittent power. And it's one of our 2 strategic pillars to deliver that. And what we do today, the winning combination is really renewables, gas-fired power plants, and when I say gas, I mean LNG, and that's, of course, a key technology and a key market, and then storage, and then AI. And you need the 4 or 3 of the 4, flexible generation to complement renewables, to have a winning value proposition for customers who want to electrify. And of course, here in Singapore, we are working with our partners on a very exciting cross-border project, one of those projects that participate in the vision of creating an ASEAN power grid. In our case, it's a project that is linking Indonesia and Singapore with a goal to deliver 1 gigawatt worth of power to Singapore, clean by combining solar and storage. And I will therefore stop there, but just saying that storage is in itself another huge space for innovation, and that will continue to be extremely important. We do a lot of battery storage, but there will be innovation in that area as well.
Thank you. I think with that, let's move on to China. I think from your perspective in PetroChina, I mean, we have had this discussion about we're in an energy transition, and we are. In that transition, we also really have to focus on energy security in the short term. So, I mean, how do you see that balance from your perspective, and how do you go about having that transition still keeping the energy secure in the short run?
Thanks for having me here today, Andre. And I think it's probably widely known to many in the room that China has fully embraced energy transition and has made some great strides in the last few years. From staggering growth in renewable power, that is probably again known to many in the room, to technological advancements and cost reduction, really significant cost reduction in EVs and electrolyzers. Something around $14 trillion will be needed in green investment in China in the next few years alone. So definitely terrific opportunity for global cooperation and collaboration. So that's the first point I'd like to make. And I think coming back to your question, this energy trilemma issue is not unique to China. As we continue to decarbonize our energy system, we're starting to see rising complexity and increased interdependence of the global energy system. So, it comes back to one of my favorite quotes: every problem has a solution, but every solution creates new problems. Mm-hmm. Coming back to China approach, perhaps 2 things that I could share. First is diversification. So as a company, we firmly believe that diversification across assets can significantly improve the resiliency of your energy portfolio. The more we diversify, the larger the portfolio, and I think less likely we are exposed to supply-demand shocks or geopolitics or even liquidity issues. So to use power sector as an example, China today, the combined wind and solar have surpassed 1,400 gigawatts, which is 10 times the size of the gas-powered power generation. Technically speaking, more than 50% of the power could come from renewable sources by 2028. So absolutely astounding. Having said that, without the adequate battery solution or proper system integration, and I think the concern would be an overweight renewable power may raise problems around grid stability or even market volatility. So, and I think this is when we need to tap into what we have already as an incumbent, that is natural gas. So as a company, I think PetroChina is probably known to be the largest oil and gas supplier to China. We have a lot of oil and gas players on the table here, Total and ExxonMobil. So to give you a figure, in 2024, not only we built a lot of renewable power generators, we also imported a lot of natural gas. Something around 250 BCM of natural gas is imported to China in 2024 alone. So as a company, we played a huge part in securing the energy security in the country. So that's the first lever, I would say. The second lever, I think perhaps, is just to have a long-term mindset, because energy business is a long-term business, right? And I think we will perpetually be confronted with all sort of structural and cyclical challenges. I mean, depending on who's in charge, a concept may fall out of fashion for a little while, and a new concept may take center stage. But when that happens, I would say don't panic, don't overreact. Perhaps sometimes it's better just to wait and let things play out a little bit instead of rushing to a decision that you may regret in the long run.
Thank you. Maybe just shifting back to what is always extremely important, which is the money. I mean, all of these great technologies need to have some money. So I've saved you for the last, given that you're chair of the board member for Japan's Bank for International Cooperation. So seen from sort of the money perspective, I mean, which of these technologies are capital moving into, and how do you see that? We need more capital. So what would be your key insights on that?
Well, Japan's just revised its energy mix this year to saying that the maximum use of renewable energy. At the same time, we'll bring a nuclear after the 14 years problems after Fukushima's accident. We're going to bring a nuclear as well. That to government of Prime Minister Kishida. I was a special advisor to him to rebatterize the nuclear, even the new construction of power plants, nuclear power plants, it's already be in place. And also internationally, we are working on so-called the new framework, Asia Zero Emission Communities. All of the members of the ASEAN countries and Australia are members. And we may invite India to this Asia Zero Emission Community. Under this framework, we are doing a very variety of things that not just only the power generation side. Power generation side, we are going to underscore the importance of the small modular reactor. Many say that JBIC is now one of the second largest shareholder of the American S7 company, NuScale. They're going to deploy this 6 gigawatt, the SMR, to the United States, especially in the state of Tennessee. And there are ROE level in Tennessee, in Oak Ridge. And then 6 gigawatts, this operator must be, an off-taker must be Tennessee Valley Authority, the US agency. So that is the first case. And also that the technology, other technology of a downsized boiled water reactor, BWRX, or Hitachi, they have already started construction power plants in Ontario, Canada. So this, and also one more thing is that they use natural gas as a source of temporary, for the time being, that source of fuel, because of less emitter than other part of fossil fuel. So Japan is still the largest trade partners of LNG in the world. Roughly 40% of LNG trade is by Japan. So that we are now going to use as LNG at the same time that we're going to have more opportunity for new energy because new technology like hydrogen, for example, ammonia, and fusion. But to make these more economically affordable, it takes years. So we need to have kind of steps by sequences, and then to keep this and in a good moment. And then what we're going to make a full option available using a CCS. Obviously, that is good, but the CCS itself is just a cost, so that it to be covered by the other element. So for that, the Baytown, Texas, for example, that we're going to support that the technology with CCS of MHI. So we have taken a look at more, balanced approach on many different technology and to those technology to be affordable in the future.
Well, thank you. Maybe then, Dominic, to switch back to you. In your first intervention, you were talking about the ingredients that we needed to have in place, and then you had a perfect examples where those ingredients are actually in place now. If we just move to, for instance, to Singapore as a case, and said, I mean, clearly there's going to be a problem with storage, I would guess, in this country, given the size. So what would be the way to move forward for a region like Southeast Asia, for Singapore? I mean, what would be the policy lever that you would suggest you should start getting in place? And maybe also sort of some perspective I can see from some of the questions we're getting here. Is this a technology where you sort of should have a long-term perspective, or this is a transition policy where we will need carbon capture for 10, 15 years, and then we don't need it anymore? Is this for the long run? So yeah, both what should we put in place and what is sort of the time frame for this?
Yeah. Maybe I'll address the second question first. When it comes to the duration that we'll need carbon capture and storage, if you fast forward to 2050, under any reasonable scenario, at least 50% of the world's energy is still going to come from oil and gas. So carbon capture and storage is a solution that we're going to need to have for many, many decades. To address the first question, carbon capture and storage in Singapore, I think it's easier to think about the region as a whole. So if you look at Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, kind of this Asia-Pacific area, the challenge for CCS is that the emissions are quite separated from where the good geologic storage is. And so what that means for CCS is that you have to capture the CO2 from the emission source, such as Singapore or Japan or Korea. You need to compress it or liquefy it, put onto a ship, and then ship it to a destination like Malaysia or Indonesia or even Australia where the storage exists. So you might imagine how expensive that is relative to our US Gulf Coast model where everything's onshore. It's quite expensive. So what are we doing about that? Policy is critical. We have to have policy that incentivizes technology development and that rewards investment into emissions reduction. And then number two is technology. Some technologies need to evolve to where the cost structure comes way down. And I think for CCS to be widely applicable across Asia Pacific, we need to work on the technology to reduce the cost of capture, in particular post-combustion, where the concentration of CO2 can be as low as 4% when it comes to natural gas. And we also need to look at the cost of shipping. How can we bring the cost of shipping down, similar to what was done with LNG 20 or 30 years ago? And then I think over time, as you get the right policy in place and you get the cost down, I think CCS could be one of the solutions that is applied in this region to help reduce emissions.
And speaking about the policy, I think it was also worth saying that, I mean, most of those policies, we know what they are. So it's not that we need to develop them. I mean, we need to develop the technology, but I would guess that basically know what the policies are and how to deal with them.
Yeah, great question. I would say that much of the policy on reducing emissions that have been implemented have not been as effective as we wanted them to be. And so recently, to help address that, ExxonMobil joined a consortium called Carbon Measures. And with companies like Halliburton, Air Liquide, Nucor Steel, somebody mentioned MHI, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, one of the founding members. And what Carbon Measures is focused on when it comes to policy is, number one, there has to be a single ledger-based accounting standard for carbon emissions. Right now, there's a pot of different standards that are not always consistent, and in some cases prone to double or triple counting. Once you have a common framework for carbon accounting standards, what we would advocate for with Carbon Measures is a product-level carbon intensity standard. If you look at the hard-to-abate sectors, there's about 10 industries that contribute 70% of CO2 emissions globally. And if you could put a carbon intensity standard on each one of those industries that ratchets down, slowly over time, you're going to create a huge market for technology to reduce those emissions. And that's what you'll see as Carbon Measures takes off. They're going to have a big showing at COP coming up in Brazil. We're going to be advocating for those two policy positions.
Perfect. Thank you. Maybe some shifting back to nuclear. As we were being mic'd up, we talked about the need to sort of get everybody on board and everybody to understand the process. Maybe you want to elaborate a bit on that, because we heard this morning that Singapore is considering moving into nuclear, and this whole about getting the population a great understanding. If you could maybe elaborate a bit on these issues.
Yeah, obviously, whenever a country is moving forward with any technology, it could be nuclear, could be any other industrial technology, you need to make sure that the population is on board with that decision. So that is obvious, and that is for nuclear. So what we are seeing at a global level, not just in Singapore and the rest of ASEAN countries, is there is a return to pragmatism. People are actually taking a step back. They are actually studying and understanding what are the facts and what is the fiction about using nuclear energy. And what we are seeing at a global level is a large acceptance for nuclear energy. In most European countries, in North America, in Africa, in Central Asia, in the Middle East, in obviously ASEAN countries, also China, India, etc. So that is what we see from the point of view and of the public perception. And I think that this also translates very clearly on the policies that we are seeing also all over the world, how much many countries, again, in all continents, are looking at nuclear energy in a very pragmatic manner, looking at whether nuclear energy is a significant or could be a significant contributor to the entire system. So we are looking about what we were talking, 24/7 carbon-free, affordable electricity and energy. And remember what I said before, it's not just the electricity, it's the steam that can help decarbonize other sectors. So that pragmatism we are seeing everywhere in policies. We are seeing that in the finance community also. And we're just hearing from what the Japan Investment Bank is doing, but we see the same thing in Europe, in North America. There is enormous interest in investing in this technology. So all this brings back to what we were saying. Yes, ultimately, citizens will need to be comfortable with the decision, but when they have access to the information, it tends to be that they are comfortable.
Thank you. Helle, in your intervention, you were talking about many different technologies, but you mentioned also sort of batteries and AI. And I think, quite a lot of the presentation we've heard so far is really about creating more energy and increasing the supply of energy, whereas, with the battery and the AI, it's basically working on the other side, on the demand side. So, how do you see that balance, and how do we see we can use that in order to meet our energy needs, simply by reducing maybe the needs?
The needs for AI, you mean?
No, you use the AI to reduce the need for energy.
Yeah, so as we heard this morning, there are these popular sayings, and a popular saying these days is AI needs energy, and energy needs AI. So if I can elaborate on the second piece, energy needs AI, because we know AI, requires power. It's one of the drivers of increasing power demand all over the world. I think AI applied to the energy sector can do three things. Improve the energies we use today, the most commonly used energies in the world, and certainly here in Southeast Asia, namely fossil fuel. And when I say improve, I mean reduce emissions from those fossil fuels, reduce the energy losses, and reduce the cost. And there are plenty of examples. I just want to mention one, which is important for gas and LNG, which is reducing methane emissions, and we're deploying sensors, and tens and thousands of sensors, and we have drone surveys, and so we use models and AI and data to reduce carbon and specifically methane emissions from the LNG value chain, which is really something which is extremely important for LNG to play the role it can play in the energy transition. Secondly, AI can speed up the deployment of today's clean energies. I mentioned the combination of AI and renewables and storage and gas-fired power plants. More importantly, also, AI can improve the grids. And if we improve the grids, we can take on more of these clean electrons. Remember that up to 15 or 20% of renewable electrons are curtailed. They cannot make it to the grid, and it's even true in China. It's true everywhere in the world. So we can reduce curtailment of clean energy today. And the third role of AI, of course, is to speed up innovation and help create all these new technologies for tomorrow, be it, a feedstock for sustainable aviation fuels, be it improving the ways to produce hydrogen or its derivatives and so on. And we have a great fancy project in the US about synthetic methane, combining clean hydrogen and biogenic CO2. And all these kinds of new technologies can also I think, be improved via digital modeling and AI. So there's a huge role for AI in our energy space.
Yeah, and I think that would also help sort of that we shouldn't expand the production so much. So I think it's very good to have those two in combination. Maybe just a short follow-up question. You didn't mention offshore wind. I mean, as a Dane, I would, of course, have loved you to mention that. But any specific reason for not putting that in the mix?
Yeah, so there are certain countries in the world who've called off offshore wind. There are other countries that are pursuing but struggling, Japan, for instance. And I think, and we discussed this, Anders, Denmark has probably the easiest seabeds and water depth for deploying offshore wind, and somehow people thought this is going to be easy and quick. I firmly believe this is a technology for the long term, certainly towards 2050, since this is the horizon we're discussing. But it is expensive, it's super complex, it takes a lot of time, and if anything, I like to compare offshore wind with deep waters and unstable seabeds and whatnot. A lot of this here in Southeast Asia, I think it's comparable to nuclear. It takes 1, maybe 2 decades to deploy properly and get up and running. So very different from Denmark.
Yeah, problem with offshore wind power is that it depends on the wind. It has also low energy intensity. Therefore, that in case of the UK, for example, this is very good circumstances for offshore wind, that you could direction the wind on the same and keep going. Therefore, that's good. And also that needing some systems covered by the government, for example, the cost during construction period, for example. The UK has some this legal framework named Regulatory Asset-Based RAB. So it can cover those costs during construction. And so one more thing that not just only that offshore wind, that one missing piece of SMR is fuel. Because that company like a NewScale or BWRX is a very more conventional technology, therefore that only they need a lower enriched uranium fuel. But a more advanced one, like a TerraPower, for example, that's invested by the Microsoft founder, Bill Gates. This needs a highly enriched uranium fuel. This is what called HALEU. HALEU's market is now very dominant by Russia. So other countries not able to produce highly enriched uranium fuel HALEU. So that is a problem. Therefore, that in order to deploy SMR, we need to develop also that supply of a fuel as well. That's a key point.
Yes, and I will just be pleased that I'm in a part of the world where we actually have a lot of wind and low seabed, low water. Yeah. Maybe one of the technology, or some of the technology that we haven't discussed, and maybe just to get back to them. I mean, hydrogen still in Japan is a big thing, but I mean, seeing from the region's perspective, and also maybe biomethane, that was also mentioned this morning as some. I don't know, how do you see that develop from your perspective?
Early stage. Of course, China is a massive country with the appetite of wanting to experiment everything. So, I think we'll continue to see, sustained investments in green space. Let it be, traditional stuff like LNG, but ammonia, methanol, including hydrogen. I think, unfortunately, when innovation collides with security, people tend to retreat back to their safety net. I think what we also have seen in the last few years, sovereign states don't really look beyond their borders when it comes to energy security. And I think that's why, from my perspective, there needs to be a stronger coordination and a global unified approach when it comes to long-term direction of policy, energy policy. And I think providing that clarity on end goal is absolutely imperative. And I think, in China, obviously, there's a lot of appetite, but, you can't do everything by yourself. That's why, I think as a company, as a commercial organization, we have to work with, suppliers, regulators, policymakers, really all relevant stakeholders in the industry, bring everyone together to try to create a balanced transition that the world needs. We've seen perhaps, like I said, system getting more complex, but also more fragile, less predictable, which poses security risk. Innovation is useful only when it's sort of at no cost to others, right? To the livelihood of society and regular person. I think innovation is key, but we have to just try to find a way to keep it in balance a little bit.
Maybe just as a final question and a quick question for all of you. I mean, I think we will all agree that, the world needs to work together to create the energy we need. So, all of this connection. But if you should sort of focus down on this region and say what would be sort of the comparative advantages of this one. Clearly, apparently Denmark, we are the one with a lot of wind. So, if you should sort of pick up one technology and you say, okay, look at Singapore, look at Southeast Asia, what would that technology be? And I think we can just go one by one. And given that we have 5 minutes left, that would basically give you a minute each.
Yeah. Great question. I think one of Singapore's greatest assets is its commercial and trading skills. And I think the ultimate solution for carbon emissions is going to be a global solution that enables cross-border exchange of ideas and also of credits, for example. And I think Singapore could become a real hub for that technology and how that rolls out across the world.
Well, situation in the country is different country by country. Therefore, that, for example, the idea of now ASEAN is discussing about ASEAN power grid is very good to make a share of the power transmission infrastructure to make more progress of overcome of the difference of the country by country. Therefore, that this is very important. Therefore, we are going to invest this Asian power grid, and also that providing a new kind of technology like HVDC, high voltage direct current under the sea cable, for example, from Sarawak to Johor, Sarawak to Singapore. That's the kind of technology that is really important.
Well, I would say that I don't think there is one technology or one type of generation. What I said before is we really need to have a system that provides us with the energy that we need 24/7 in an affordable and as clean as possible manner. So that system is going to be different in different parts. So I think that in the ASEAN countries there is enormous opportunities for collaboration to share the grid, to share other parts of the energy system. I mean, I do think, of course, that many ASEAN countries are looking at nuclear energy as a piece of that puzzle, clearly not the only piece of the puzzle. And once again, I think that nuclear energy, we have, well, more than 60 years of experience on global collaboration, learning from each other, sharing best practices and worst practices. And I think that that expertise is going to be playing very, very well in the context of the ASEAN countries and Singapore.
Helen?
Yeah, for me, ASEAN and Southeast Asia really stand for growing population, growing GDP, so growing energy demand, and tying that together. What I think is really exciting is that I hear a lot of pragmatism across the board from all the countries. And pragmatism is also, I think, what we heard from the minister this morning, which is give the new stuff a chance. Of course, support the new stuff, collaborate on the new stuff, be it CCS, be it hydrogen corridors, or be it power grids, but also not blacklisting any of the energies that we have today, because they are essential to take people out of poverty, to make the economy run, and to continue to grow. And so I love, I must say, the Southeast Asian pragmatism when it comes to energy.
Well, I've probably come from a different angle, given technology is perhaps not my comparative strength compared to the esteemed profile of our panelists here today. You know, I would argue at the moment, the most urgent and needed support from a regulatory perspective is probably a framework that is long-term and protects the security of the investment, because every CEO needs to ensure to their shareholder and owner that any investment will be repaid, right? So, because nobody wants to be left with a stranded asset. And I think without this comfort, our energy system will be left dangerously exposed, and the supply of security probably can't be guaranteed.
So, thank you so much. So hopefully all of you have enjoyed the panel, and we had some good insights about pragmatism, about sort of having the long-term view, and really also about that you basically need quite a lot of different technologies if we are succeeding in both supplying the energy we need and doing the transition we also need. So I mean, there's a lot of combination in that. So maybe if you want to all help me to put your hands together and thank you, the panel.
And Dr. Hoffman, thank you, sir, for managing this very lively session as well. Thank you. We invite the panelists together with our moderator to stage front for a photograph. Thank you very much. A very nice discussion on scaling future energy technologies. And that, of course, ladies and gentlemen, was presented by ExxonMobil. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on with the program, it is with pleasure that I now invite the Premier of Sarawak, Dato Patinggi Tan Sri Dr. Abang Haji Abdul Rahman Zohari bin Tun Dato Abang Haji Openg on stage for the SIEW Summit keynote. Your Excellency, please.
Much. A very good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to join you here at the Singapore International Energy Week, a truly global platform that continues to inspire ideas, drive collaboration, and shape the future of our shared energy transition. I wish to thank the government of Singapore for its warm hospitality and leadership in driving ASEAN's energy transition through innovation and regional cooperation. It is in this shared spirit that I am honored as Premier from Sarawak to speak on advancing sustainable hydropower and regional energy integration, a theme that reflects our conviction that clean, reliable, and connected power systems are central to ASEAN's shared future. Sarawak is moving forward with clear purpose to become a developed and high-income state by 2030, powered by clean energy, innovation, and sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, last year I spoke about our post-COVID-19 development strategy 2030, our vision to become a developed, high-income region powered by clean energy and innovation. Building on that foundation, we have re-strategized implementation for the next 5 years under the Sarawak 13 Malaysia Plan. It aligns 15 high-level strategies, and scaling up clean energy is the top priority. This is important to power economy in Sarawak and beyond. In the last year, we have introduced 3 new policies that define the next chapter of our journey, that is the Sarawak Energy Transition Policy, the Sarawak Hydrogen Economy Roadmap, and the Sarawak Sustainability Blueprint. Through our Sarawak Energy Transition Policy, we are charting a practical and just path towards a low-carbon, resilient economy built on our strong hydropower foundation and expanding through renewables, hydrogen, and carbon capture. By 2050, this transition is projected to generate over $130 billion in GDP, creating 80,000 new jobs, and attract global investment while ensuring the benefit reach our people. To realize the vision, we are enhancing investment attractiveness through blended finance development, green financing platforms, and renewable energy certificates, inviting partners worldwide to join us on this clean energy journey. Sarawak targets a total generation capacity of 10 gigawatt by 2030, harnessing our rich indigenous energy resources to achieve this goal. We are advancing cascading run-of-river hydropower studies across several basins, with early assessment identifying up to 3 gigawatts of new potential, a major step towards sustainable and integrated energy development. In parallel, we are scaling up solar capacity through floating and ground-mounted projects, while exploring battery and pump storage systems to enhance grid stability and integrate more renewables. Complementing this renewable initiative, gas generation remains an important component of Sarawak's energy mix, ensuring system stability and supporting overall energy security. We are expanding our combined cycle gas turbine capacity for stable and reliable energy supply in line with the Sarawak gas roadmap. While commissioning of the Miri and Samalaju combined cycle gas turbine plants, our gas generation capacity is projected to reach approximately 3 gigawatts by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, Sarawak's energy journey continues to evolve, anchored by renewable hydropower, the backbone of our reliable and low-carbon development. Our three major hydropower plants, that is Bakun, Murun, and Batang Air, power this foundation, soon to be strengthened by the 1,285 megawatt Bale hydroelectric project to meet rising demand and reinforce regional grid stability. We are also combining hydro and solar to make our system smarter and more efficient. In December 2024, Batang Air achieved first power from its floating solar installation, Malaysia's first large-scale hydro solar project. More expansion are on the way, including an additional 120 megawatts at Batang Air and feasibility studies for Bakun and Murun. Ladies and gentlemen, Sarawak's clean energy journey reached a new milestone as the Bakun hydroelectric plant, with a capacity of 2,520 megawatts, received the International Hydropower Association Blue Planet Prize 2025 and certification under the Hydropower Sustainability Standard HSS, the largest in Southeast Asia to do so. These achievements reaffirm Sarawak's commitment to certify all hydropower plants under the HSS and uphold the San Jose Declaration that the only acceptable hydropower is sustainable hydropower, proving that large-scale hydropower can be both responsible and reliable while strengthening investor and partner confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to share that during SARE 4.0 in Kuching this last September, a regional platform that brought together global leaders and energy experts, our Bakun hydroelectric plant was awarded the HS Silver certification, marking a powerful recognition of Sarawak's leadership in sustainable hydropower and the region's energy transition. The event also showcased significant major progress, with new partnership advancing cross-border energy integration and sustainable development, including a landmark energy cooperation framework with Brunei Darussalam and a partnership with the Asian Development Bank to strengthen Sarawak's interconnection and regional hub role. This collaboration reflects a shared commitment to trust, transparency, and collective decarbonization across ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, just 2 weeks ago, Singapore's Energy Market Authority granted conditional approval for Sarawak to export 1 gigawatt of renewable energy to Singapore, a major milestone in our journey to become a regional clean energy powerhouse. The project will soon move towards implementation with plans for secure transmission links that connect our grids and our goals. For Singapore, it strengthens energy security. For Sarawak, it drives growth and cements our leadership in renewable energy. Above all, it reaffirms our shared vision, a sustainable and interconnected energy future for ASEAN. This landmark collaboration is built on the strength of Sarawak's renewable foundation, decades of responsible hydropower development, and sustained investment in our grid. With the 275 kV and 500 kV backbones in place, clean energy now flows efficiently across Sarawak. Our next ambition is regional, to build a robust, interconnected Borneo grid as part of the broader ASEAN power grid. We have already proven this model through our interconnection with West Kalimantan, Indonesia, and are now working with Sabah and Brunei to expand these links. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, Sarawak remains committed to sustainable hydropower leadership and to advancing regional energy integration. We welcome our partners in government, industry, and finance to walk with us on this journey to power progress, connect our economies, and secure a cleaner, brighter future for all of us in ASEAN. With that, thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, on to our next speaker. You may like to know that this next presentation will be done in the Chinese language, and should you need simultaneous interpretation headsets, we have headsets available on the left where the two ladies are, the two ladies seated over there. They will have the interpretation headsets located on that side, and of course it's more on this side as well, for those who need it. Now for English, please tune in to channel 1, and of course for channel 3 for Bahasa Indonesia. Otherwise it's presented in the Chinese language. Let's now welcome, ladies and gentlemen, up on stage, Mr. Li Zizhao, and he is of course the Vice President, China Huaning Group, for his keynote address. Mr. Li, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Because I'm the only speaker from Chinese companies, so today I will use my mother language to do this speech. 今天我们相聚于此，参加新加坡州能源周峰会，共同探讨能源电力行业重要议题。我本人也非常荣幸与各位分享一些想法和观点。首先，请允许我代表中国华能集团对新加坡政府、新加坡能源市场管理局长期以来给予华能在新发展的关心、支持和帮助，表示最衷心的感谢。当前，全球能源格局正经历深刻变革，亚太地区作为全球能源消费和增长的核心区域，构建起一个清洁低碳、安全高效的能源体系，关乎整个地区的可持续发展和民生福祉。为此，公共事业领域不仅需要应对能源安全的迫切需要，更要为绿色低碳转型积蓄发展动能。作为亚太大家庭的一份子，中国正在坚定不移地推进能源绿色低碳转型，建成了全球规模最大的清洁发电体系。习近平主席在联合国气候变化峰会上庄严宣布，到2035年，中国非化石能源消费占能源消费总量的比重将达到30%，风电和太阳能发电总装机规模将达到2020年的6倍以上，力争达到36亿千瓦。作为中国发电领域的领军企业，中国华能积极响应习近平主席提出的3060双碳目标， 将自身发展融入到这一重要进程之中，在扛牢电力保供使命担当的同时，着力推动传统产业提质升级，战略性新兴产业加快发展，未来产业积极布局，有力促进了新质生产力发展。一是能源结构绿色低碳，中国华能围绕服务国家新型能源体系建设，构建以新能源、水电、核电为三大支撑的发展格局。今年，中国华能的新能源装机规模连跨8000万千瓦和9000万千瓦两个大台阶。当前，可控装机规模已经超过2.95亿千瓦，其中低碳清洁能源装机占比达到了55.3%。我们正着力以生态含绿量提升发展含金量。二是坚持科技创新驱动。中国华能将加强科技创新作为实现绿色高质量发展的关键支撑，构建起源头零碳替碳、过程减污降碳、终端普碳固碳、多能互补友好、数字智能支撑的技术体系，在第4代核电、电力网络安全、海上风电、CCUS、清洁高效煤电、新型储能、高温合金材料等前沿领域取得了一系列的新成果。三是积极参与国际合作。一直以来，中国华能全力践行“一带一路”倡议，境外电力项目遍及新加坡、柬埔寨、英国等多个国家，电力服务和技术出口超过了40多个国家和地区。在新加坡，我们的全资子公司大师能源，包括燃机发电、生物质供气、海水淡化等多元经营模式，多年来持续为新加坡提供稳定优质的电力、工业蒸汽和淡水供应，树立了中新能源合作的典范。各位同仁、各位来宾，实现亚太地区能源绿色低碳转型和各国碳中和目标，非一日之功、一国之力所能实现。在此，我仅提出3点合作建议：一是加强能源领域沟通对话，中国华能愿进一步发挥新加坡能源周、亚太电协等区域性平台作用，凝聚共识，增进互信，加强与各利益相关方关于能源安全、发展路径、政策规划等方面的常态化交流衔接，为地区能源安全和绿色低碳转型建言献策。二是推动能源科技创新合作，中国华能愿与亚太及全球的能源企业、科研院所、高校智库一起，针对先进储能、CCUS、氢能、第4代核电等能源电力前沿技术，共同开展合作研发和应用推广，推动能源技术标准制定与标准互认。三是深入开展能源项目合作，中国华能愿坚持共商、共建、共享的原则，更加积极主动对接相关国家能源发展战略，充分发挥自身清洁能源项目开发的经验优势，深入参与亚太地区能源项目及关键设施的规划、开发、建设，更好地融入地区经济社会发展，为促进亚太各国民生福祉多做贡献。最后，也预祝本届新加坡能源周取得圆满成功。谢谢大家 ，Thank you everyone。
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is the panel discussion, and this time on connected grids, shared futures. This is presented by RGE. Moderating this session is Ms. Lee McDonough, Director General Net Zero Nuclear and International Department for Energy Security and Net Zero, United Kingdom. Joining Ms. Lee on stage, ladies and gentlemen, is Veronica Maluski, Chief Executive Officer, RTE International. We also have Ong Teng Kun, Chief Executive Officer, Singapore Energy Interconnections. William Goh, Global Head of Renewable Energy RGE. Completing the panel would be Detlef Wyman, SVP for the Transmission Business, Chief Commercial Officer of Transmission, Prysmian. As they're getting themselves nicely organized and settled in, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to enjoy this session. Ms. Lee, if you're good and settled, over to you.
Thank you so much, and hi everybody, it's great to be here. This is my first time in Singapore International Energy Week, and so it's a great privilege to be able to moderate this panel today. We have an absolutely fantastic panel. They've already been introduced, but the subject that we are going to be discussing is such an important topic. We're talking about it all the time these days. Compared to years ago, we didn't really talk about interconnected grids. But, you know, they are a key enabler for us to be able to ensure that power systems can meet growing and shifting demand and do so in the most efficient way. So very important discussion. And I'm going to turn to Detlev, if I can, for the first question. So Detlev, in what ways can greater grid interconnectivity enhance grid reliability and system resilience?
Happy to be here. Good afternoon to all of you. Yeah, the question is really super interesting these days because we have seen recently a power outage in Spain where we have seen a lot of impact coming from this outbreak, and there has been afterwards a lot of investigations ongoing about the grid stability and the impact in particular also from interconnectors. The grid stability in general, I have to say, when you have well-connected interconnectors, is really minimizing the frequencies changes in case of power losses. That means power generation losses. And these power generation losses at the end to cover, the interconnectors are really playing a very significant role. The interconnectors as such are not just standby, and the positive of that is you can use them really also for trade energies across the countries, which is a big advantage on top of this. But interconnectors in general are driving grid stability.
Thank you so much. Veronica, can I turn to you?
Yes, very happy also to be here. So I will share with you the perspective of a transmission system operator. So this is the one that needs to keep the lights on. So it's a very crucial mission for our company. And what we saw in Europe is that through interconnections, we could increase stability and efficiency of the European power market. First, it smoothens the variability of renewables. This means if you have wind in Germany, but no sun in Spain, through interconnection, the electricity can flow where it is really needed. And therefore, you reduce the curtailment of renewables on the European system, and you increase the reliability at the same time. I would say that even more broader, it increases security of supply because it helps really to deal with short supply situations. So we had this in 22 in France when the nuclear generation was very low because of technical issues. France could import electricity from its neighbors, and during the same winter export also electricity to Spain while Spain was struggling with a cold spell. So you see that it really helps to increase security of supply. One other issue which is really linked also to the security of the system is the fact that you can share reserves. So reserves is what every transmission system operator needs to keep in case a power plant or a line trips. So it's a kind of security net of generation that you need to keep. And those reserves are also shared in Europe through common platforms. And this leads to two impacts. One is on costs, because therefore the national transmission system operator can hold a lower reserve and therefore also save some money. But also it's a real support in emergency situation. And we witnessed this also some years ago. There was a technical fault in Croatia, and one transmission line tripped, and therefore the whole European system was cut into two frequency zones, which is a very highly critical situation from the network perspective because this leads to blackout. But through the common reserve sharing, the frequency could be stabilized within seconds, and there was nearly no impact on Europeans. So you see, from a very technical but concrete perspective, it is a really security net that is shared throughout the whole system.
Thank you so much. That's really interesting examples, actually practical case studies of where interconnection has protected energy security. So really interesting. William, could I turn to you now?
Sure. Firstly, very good afternoon to everyone, and it's RG's pleasure to be presenting this panel. Perhaps from a private sector perspective, let me first start by saying that connected grid is certainly a key building block to harness the regional strengths of our countries in energy for the common good. However, in order to build the systems today, to achieve the shared objectives of tomorrow, we need to mobilize the capital. So if I may, I would just like to highlight one key area whereby the key enabler or driver has to be in place for us to realize what we are working on here. And that's really strategic collaboration at two levels. Firstly, at the government-to-government level, and secondly, government and government with the private sector. I call it GGP collaboration. Maybe I'll just elaborate in interest of time, one or two examples. In terms of G2G, in order for cross-border electricity trading or seabed to take place, the regulatory framework in terms of the recognition of RECs, or the renewable energy certificates, especially between the importing as well as exporting countries, has to be in place. Why so? Because such recognition of RECs is fundamental in underpinning the demand of the end customers. And without that, the project will not work in terms of revenue. So it's important that this seabed framework has to be in place to facilitate and catalyze the projects that we are working on here, cross-border energy. Perhaps the second aspect is really around the grid itself. We all know that grid is a continuum between both countries in a cross-border situation. Question is, what is the business model and the supporting regulatory framework in terms of such infrastructure? How do we go about developing the ownership by who, the financing, construction, operation, as well as the recovery of all these costs? What should it be? And how should we get into an alignment where all the key stakeholders can achieve the win-win outcomes? So these are important for to facilitate in the first place the grid to be constructed and financed as well. RGE, together with our joint venture partner, Total Energies, we are working hard on these two aspects in terms of regulatory framework and policies, and we'll be working closely with both the Indonesian and Singapore governments. We look forward to working closely, especially also with my colleague there for SGI as one of the parties, with all the key stakeholders towards the right business model and framework and to achieve the shared objectives we are working on. I'll pause here.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-up? Because you've touched on something about regulatory frameworks. So actually, building interconnectors per se, the technical challenge is not the issue. It is these other factors that come into play. So have you got examples of how we can overcome barriers for governments to connect together to really shift forward on getting that regulatory alignment?
Yes. In a sense, the example around the seabed framework is one. I think in terms of what we are talking about connected infrastructure, as I mentioned, the business model or all the key aspects of developing this interconnected grid, those are important to get it clear and clarified. Yeah, because at the end of the day, the overall project needs to be economically viable. Mm-hmm. And so, for example, the alignment of the infrastructure, the connected grid, it's always good to be the most optimal alignment, the shortest alignment, so that the overall cost and infrastructure can be more competitive. And then in terms of how you recover, maybe to your question, how we recover the cost of such connected grid in terms of whether it's a wheeling charge or other aspects of it, those are important. And I'm going to pause here because I think Tengku can give a lot more on those perspectives.
Thank you. Tengku, please, over to you.
Well, thank you, Lee, for the question. And thank you, William and RGE, for having us on this panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce SGEI, which was formed in April this year, appointed by the government to invest and develop interconnectors in a commercially and technically disciplined way. So one of the things that interconnectors can help with grid resilience is, as per the panel members have elaborated, but what I want to say is one of the most important ingredients is to have political wills of the government around the region to support interconnectors. We were privileged to sign an MOU with RGE and Total in May this year that was witnessed by President Prabowo in Jakarta, with very strong political support from Indonesia. Earlier this month, we signed a JDA with Tenaga Nasional, witnessed by DPM Fadila in Malaysia, very strong political support from Malaysia as well. And today, I think we've heard the minister announcing that Sarawak and Sarawak Energy Berhad has been very strong supporter of the idea of a ASEAN Power Grid. Premier Abang Jo is here to support this event. We would like to extend our gratitude to MTI, to EMA, and to all our partners for the idea of the ASEAN Power Grid for interconnectors. And SGI stands ready to support the government's vision for bringing electricity, renewable electricity into Singapore through interconnectors. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next question. As energy systems become increasingly complex, how can power infrastructure, such as grids, enable reliability and resilience in energy systems? You've touched on this a bit already, Veronica, but can I come to you for a bit more, perhaps?
Of course, and I will also give you very concrete examples to,
please do.
to underline what I'm saying. I think for me, there are three layers that need to work together. The first layer is the coordination and the exchange of data. So we need to share the same vision of the grid and of its risk. And in Europe, we had to learn this the hard way. In 2006, we had an incident where a German TSO switched off a transmission line in order to let a boat pass. So this was a routine operation, no mistake from the TSO. It was a planned outage. But through a cascading effect, 15 million Europeans lost power this day. Wow. Because he just had the vision of his part of the net and not on the interconnected system. And since then, we have common grid model in Europe, where we exchange data on a daily basis. There are regional coordination centers that run security assessment to make sure that the grid is safe. And this really is, for me, the first layer is to have this coordination in place in order to manage a common grid. The second layer is, once you have this common vision, you have a common playbook, meaning that you need to have the same operational procedures from every TSO to know how to connect a power plant, to know how to manage frequency, to know how to plan outage. This is really important because this also creates trust between the operators in a connected system. And the third layer is the hardware, the infrastructure. Mm-hmm. So it's not just the interconnections, but it's also the national grid. Because if you have bottlenecks in your national grid, you cannot use the interconnections in a very efficient way. So in France, in the next 15 years, we will invest 14 billion euros just to reinforce the national grid in order to be ready for higher exchanges with our neighbors. So the hardware for me is really also the backbone of the resilience that is needed in an interconnected system.
Yeah, no, really good points. Can I just come back? So I can see coordination between TSOs. I can see having the same playbook is quite straightforward on one level. But once you're talking about infrastructure and national grid systems, how do you get up to the right level to make sure governments are involved and coordinating plans for upgrades, for example?
I think in Europe we have very strong institutions on this, and this is, of course, very, very helpful. So there is a coordination that is done at European level. It's called, there's a ENSO-E, which is the Association of the European TSOs. they do a 10 years network development plan where we coordinate the infrastructure that is needed in Europe.
Very good, thank you. Could I turn to you, William, just for your reflections on this question?
Yeah. So actually, from the private sector standpoint, we recognize the importance of ensuring that the entire system, from generation to transmission to the end consumption, has to be very resilient and stable. So as a private developer, we spend a lot of effort making sure that the technical solution that we develop in terms of the photovoltaic cells on the one hand and getting the right level of battery energy storage system to ensure the stability on the one hand and meeting the power load factor on the other hand. This is important. Yeah. And of course, it is not just a case of putting everything in to get a super resilient generation and flowing through to our transmission, where we also, by the way, for our project, will be building the transmission system as well. We want to make sure that the redundancy is in place as well. So I think these are the things that we are very mindful of on the one hand. On the other hand, it's important to also be optimized in the solution because it's very easy to be building everything that costs a lot, but then in terms of overall competitiveness, it's not going to be practical. So I just want to balance the two in respect to the grid.
Yeah, thank you. And if I could turn to you, Tengkun, please, for your perspective.
You know, in this part of the world, Southeast Asia, we have a lot of optic fibers underground, but we don't really have a lot of power cables like in Europe. So one of the consequences is that we don't have a lot of ships and special equipment that is needed to lay all these cables and to do operation and maintenance. So one of the things that SGEI is working at right now is to get in touch with all these operators, ship owners, equipment manufacturers, and logistical providers to make sure that we have enough spares, we have enough warehouses, and we have enough ships to be able to do O&M for us. And if we are in a position to coordinate amongst the different interconnectors coming to Singapore, then we could play a harmonizing role to make sure that the standards are harmonized between the different interconnectors, and we could specify the standards that we want. So I think it is something that we could do to try to help to enhance the technical standards of interconnectors coming into Singapore.
Yeah, very good, thank you. And Detlev, last but not least on this question, do come in.
Yeah, let me take the cable manufacturer perspective here a little bit into consideration. At the end, we are designing I would say a whole life cycle of the cable of the project, and this has a lifetime roundabout of 40 years. If you are looking into this kind of experience from the past, especially when you look to long-distance interconnectors, the failure rate as of today is really low. We talk about a systems availability of long-distance interconnectors, which is around 99% of availability. To maintain this going forward in this kind of world where you have the big swings of generation, where we are building the networks for interconnecting countries to countries, it's definitely very highly important that you are starting looking into sensoring, into gathering data, and bringing yourself into a position in a very, very early stage to be able to act fast to avoid power outages going forward. There are a lot of systems available at the end, which you can already apply to cables, which giving you online really monitoring activities and data to be able to act fast. The other very important part to remain a high availability of system is definitely talk about inspection, maintenance, and repair. This is an area which you have just referred to, is a very essential part in today's high sensitive networks, which goes cross borders, to make sure really that you have in submarine cable or with submarine cables, vessels stand by, making sure that you have data centers controlled 24 hours a day, and making really sure that you have spare parts available to get systems fast back on track. This is a little bit the cabling perspective into all what has been said from my colleagues on the panel.
Yeah, cabling is very important.
Yeah.
We always talk about cables. Can I just encourage the audience, if there's any questions that you'd like to raise, please do let us know, because I'm sure the panel will be delighted to answer them. Just moving on. Can I ask you, what are the key lessons that can be taken from existing grid interconnectivity projects that the ASEAN Power Grid can adopt? And in particular, what are the key drivers and success factors that can facilitate development and growth of the ASEAN Power Grid? So, William, I think I'm going to turn to you first, if I may. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee, for the question. The reality is that cross-border energy projects are hugely complex. And there are many, many key success factors that are necessary, many lessons to be learned from a lot of global projects. But perhaps maybe in the context of today, I'd just like to highlight 3 or 4 for our reflection. The firstly, as we discuss here in terms of grid resilience and stability, I think it's very important for any project developer, including people like ourselves, to make sure that whatever technical solution that we're developing is something that is stable, resilient, reliable, so that the electrons flow reliably and assured to the end customers. So this is one key aspect that's very important. Once electrons is disrupted, no project is going to be workable in that sense. On the one hand. Likewise, on the technical solution, we also make sure that it is optimized, because the optimization is necessary to connect and to work with the rest of the value chain, such that at the end of the day, the overall project economics is competitive, and the end customers enjoy quality electricity at a competitive price. So that's the first thing in terms of technical solutioning and optimization. The other, as we mentioned earlier, is very important, is the policy frameworks and regulations. I've said a bit about that, so I'll be brief here. At the end of the day, policies and regulatory framework have to have 3 Cs: clear, consistently applied, as well as constructive. These projects are long-term projects, requires a lot of upfront commitment and financing, and the payback is very long. So it's very important that all key policies, especially from the host and importing government, ensure that certain policies relating to these projects, they are constructive towards the development and financing of these projects. At the same time, they have to be consistent. For example, decarbonization policies. All these are important to give clarity to the end consumer, for example, as to whether such carbonization objectives continue to be in place for the longer term. Because at the end of the day, it is important to raise financing that the end customer is able and willing to sign the longer-term PPA at prices that support the project. So that is a second part in terms of policy. The third part really is customer. As a private sector developer, we have to recognize that at the end of the day, the revenue is the one that underpins the cost and the returns. Yes, we are prepared to assume the risk, but the customers must be able and willing to pay for the renewable energy. And so in that sense, a technically optimized and reliable solution, the right policies in place, consistently applied, will enable the customers to be able and willing to pay for this electricity to meet their sustainability objectives. And all these 3 combined will then point to the last point, which is financing.
Yeah.
We have to make sure that the overall risk-return profile of the whole projects makes sense to especially the developer or borrower, such that the lenders as well as the multilateral agencies are willing to lend to the project and support the project. Many other aspects, but I think these 4 key points are what I would like to highlight for today.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Teng Koon, what's your view on this?
I think one of the most feared scenarios of an interconnector is outage. We've seen outages in some interconnectors, and that has got a terrible toll, financial toll on the developer. We do need to, especially in this part of the world, in Singapore, where PSA is one of the busiest ports around the world, and the instance, we did some calculations, the instance of anchor drop, it's a real and serious outcome. So as such, we need insurance to protect against these outcomes. And as to William's point about financial viability and bankability, I think all the project financiers here will be looking at insurance to protect against that outcome. But the problem is, and we have done some studies on this, is that insurance is very, very expensive. And in some cases, it could be up to 1/3 of the capex that's necessary for the interconnectors. So the question is how to make this bankable, how to reduce insurance premiums, how to work with the insurers to use technology, to use data points specific to these interconnectors to make sure that premiums are affordable so that the project can be bankable, it can be financeable, and the project can carry on. So that's
I mean, it's a really important point. And, you know, the challenges of insurance, I think, span many of the areas that we talk about these days. And I'm just wondering, from your perspective, you know, what role governments can play to help the insurance industry come to the table?
I think there are many aspects of insurance, whether it's operational insurance, equipment insurance, but one of the most important aspects of insurance is political risk insurance. And I think in different parts of the world, we have seen political risks, we have seen change of government resulting in certain outcomes. And I think for the governments of the region to come together to provide political risk insurance, alluding to William's point that we must have regulatory certainty, export license certainty, regulatory framework model certainty, commercial certainty, before developers are willing to put in their money to take a bet on these interconnectors and to make sure that they have returns. So governments definitely play a very important role, and that comes back to my first point about political will.
Yeah.
How much political will do the governments around the region have to build interconnectors for the ASEAN power grid to not only bring electricity to the countries, but to catalyze investments and to create jobs for peoples in the region.
Thank you so much. So look, we've heard quite a lot of different perspectives, and the thing that we've heard is this is really complex. It's quite tricky. It's not a technological challenge per se. It's everything else that goes with it. And we've heard a range of views from the sort of strategic challenges, political will, through to some very practical examples about cables and Veronica's examples about how you manage these systems to prevent power outages. But, you know, the fact of the matter is, I'm going to use a phrase. We were talking about this in the room before we came out. There is a phrase which is quite, trite, but it's very true. There is no transition without transmission. And we all have different ways of describing that. And given, this, if you believe it, the prize is significant for what we are trying to achieve. So I have one last question for each of you. And you don't have to talk for very long because we haven't got if you could change one thing, if the one thing that you think is the most important lever to help move on to the next level, what would it be? I can't decide where to start. Maybe I'll start with Veronica.
For me, it would be coordination. And I think really the data exchange for me is really the basis of an interconnected market. Without this, you cannot move on, even if you have the political will, because physics don't follow politics, unfortunately.
Very good, thank you. William, what's your one thing, your game-changing thing?
Well, not so much to change, but to really enhance and work on it. And that's, again, as my earlier point regarding strategic collaboration. Without strategic collaboration, nothing can be changed, nothing can be worked on. So really look forward to all the key stakeholders, to continue to collaborate strategically so that we can realize this series of projects, which is for the good of everyone in this region.
Very good, thank you. Detlef.
Collaboration is key. And we have learned this in Europe the hard way. The interconnectors, you have seldomly interconnectors within a country, most of the interconnectors going cross-country. The topic there is collaboration, alignment on reliability of the system is very important. Start already during the design phase, already thinking about the lifetime of this asset at the end, because it's all about reliability, because the financing part, the affordability part of renewable is very, very much linked to reliability of the systems. And that is really something where I can only recommend to pay high attention on.
Yeah, very good, thank you. And then last word to you, Teng Koon.
If I could wish, I would wish for massive technological progress by tomorrow so that the price of solar comes down, the price of battery comes down, and the price of interconnector comes down to make renewable energy competitive with fossil fuel, where Brent is trading at $60. And that would make us the first people to solve the energy trilemma by making it affordable, secure, and sustainable.
Very good. What a fantastic note to end on. So I think the price of solar is coming down. I think the price of batteries is coming down. So things are moving in the right direction. So look, we're hearing a lot of similarity in the one thing that your panel today is saying. It is about collaboration and coordination, without which, and at a strategic level, without which we will not be able to deliver the prize of an interconnected grid system. So could you join me in thanking our panel today? Thanks for a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you kindly, Ms. Lee, for moderating the session. Thank you very much. Panelists, I invite you to make your way to the front for a group photograph. Here we are. One quick photograph and we'll make our way. Thank you. All right, here we go. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a SIEW Summit keynote, and this is presented by McKinsey & Company. It is with pleasure that I invite up on stage Mr. Rahul Gupta, Associate Partner and Senior Expert, McKinsey & Company, for this presentation. Again, what we'd like for you to take note of, ladies and gentlemen, later on, we have the networking reception, and that's going to be at Clifford Pier. And of course, first come, first serve basis on the electric vehicle buses that we will have in store for you as well. Remember to bring your passes along with you as we bring you across to Clifford Pier, ladies and gentlemen. And now, on stage is Mr. Rahul Gupta.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahul Gupta. It gives me a great pleasure to share with you the 10th edition of our McKinsey Global Energy Perspective with a focus on Southeast Asia market. I think in the span of last 10 years, many things have changed that has affected the perspective of global energy markets. Macro trends that have surprised us, be it economic crisis, wars, or global pandemic. Each of them has left their mark on our analysis of energy demand and supply. So what I wanted to share with you is how we have seen the change in our energy perspective over the last 10 years and what are some of the key learnings. Earlier, we predicted that the oil demand would decline and would see between around 2020s due to rapid advances in electric road transport. However, we still see that the oil demand for road transportation is increasing, which means the oil demand now plateaus around 2030s. Second, natural gas was seen as a transition fuel, but now is seen more as a destination fuel, where natural gas still holds about 25% of 2050 energy mix globally. Coal demand, which was expected to peak by 2014, we still see as all-time high coal demand, and it's largely driven by the coal use in the thermal coal in the power generation, and ASEAN countries being one of the prominent user of coals. Fourth, the power demand earlier was supposed to be led by electrification of transport and heat. Now it's being fundamentally driven by macroeconomic factors, and I think as we've heard in the morning session about data center booms, which would drive majority of the power demand going forward. Since 2015, several technologies have exceeded our expectations. So solar PVs today accounts for almost 7% of the total energy demand, and they have exceeded our expectations, and so has been LNG, shale oil, electric vehicles. Conversely, some of the technologies which has shown prominent steps or opportunities in the previous things have been delayed, such as carbon capture and clean hydrogen, which has been pushed out, and in our modeling, we do see them playing a very nascent and a modest role post-2040 with a small share in energy mix. As we think about the key messages or key takeaways for Asian focus, we see two overarching themes. The first is the cost competitiveness and an economically pragmatic energy transition that remains paramount. Energy affordability, reliability, including energy security at national and regional level, and emission reduction continues to form a trio of priorities that drives energy decision making. Second, countries and regions will follow distinct trajectories based on the local economic conditions, resource endowments, and realities facing particular industries. Today, less than 45% of the global population consumes more than 80% of the global energy demand. And we do see that global energy demand continues to increase. Almost 10% increase from today's level by 2050. And this is driven 70 to 80% driven by ASEAN and India, which is driven by increase in the population and energy density per GDP. For context, ASEAN countries would see an energy consumption per capita to rise by 25% from today's level by 2050. Second, as I said, fossil fuel remains an important part of the energy mix. Among different scenarios which we have modeled, it remains between 40 to 55% of global energy consumption compared to 64% today. Gas would see in a near term demand growth coming mostly from CCGTs as they meet important electricity demand growth. Asia continues to be the growth of the gas demand, almost accounting for 75% of gas demand growth in the region. Regional dynamics does play in. China continues to be leading in the electrification and expanding its influence in ASEAN, while coal continues to play a major role in ASEAN. For global power demand, historically it has grown at 3.4% per annum till 2023. It's expected to still grow at about 3% per annum till 2050, and that's driven by shift towards electrification in buildings, in industrial sectors, but also growing demand for data centers. So data centers comes in US, for example, accounts for almost 20 to 40% growth in terms of the demand for power. If you look at variable energy, with the declining growth in solar and wind continues to drive the growth, what we are projecting to see an increase of 3x times by 2030 and 9x times by 2050 in terms of the growth of renewables, the solar and wind, to meet the energy transition scenarios. To counter that, we would still need clean, firm power, which is expecting to grow at 3%, and this is largely driven by technologies like nuclear, BESS, which would continue to grow. But at ASEAN level, this requires supporting regulations. Point 7, what we see here is some of the alternative fuels like hydrogen, sustainable aviation fuel, would see less adoption in the near term, driven by the economics. But post-2040, we would see wider adoption unless being mandated by the governments. The lastly, I think, is on cost effective to decarbonize the power sector. We are looking at almost greater than $90 per ton of CO2 abatement cost just to decarbonize the power sector. What you see here is the 3 different scenarios of how the energy demand can be projected in ASEAN. As you see here, oil continues to play a significant role, with coal seeing an increase in demand across all the 3 scenarios, while electricity consumes about 25 to 35% of the overall energy demand by 2030. In terms of electricity demand, as I mentioned earlier, buildings industry drives the growth, but we see a significant growth coming in from data centers. ASEAN remains as one of the regions with the higher growth in electricity demand by 2030. Lastly, as I complete my presentation, I want to leave behind with you 5 key numbers. First, 80% of the net growth in energy demand comes from Asia, primarily India and ASEAN. Second, we would see a 2x increase in electricity demand in ASEAN between 2025 and 2050. ASEAN continues to account for 75% of the gas demand growth by 2040. Share of electricity remains between 25 to 35% in terms of final energy demand for the ASEAN country. And lastly, renewables still play a big role, almost accounting for 50 to 75% of Asian energy demand. Journey towards decarbonization remains long. Although you cannot predict the future, you can prepare for it. Building resilience and agility will be crucial in turning challenges into opportunities. With this, I'd like to thank you for listening to me. There's a QR code if you want to access the full report where you could get a full views of McKinsey perspective on energy demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you. Certainly hope you managed to get the QR code, ladies and gentlemen. Do let us know if you would need to access the QR code for Rahul's presentation. Right, our next panel touches on securing today's energy system, transforming energy for tomorrow. This is presented by Siemens Energy. Now, our panelists are making their way up on stage, and allow me to mention who they are. Moderating this session is Mr. Adrian Schultz, Global Head Energy Deals at KPMG. With him are Mr. Sompop Patanariagul, and he is the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy, Kingdom of Thailand. Mark McAllister, Chairman, OFGM UK. Aslan Ahmad, Chief Information Officer, Tenaga Nasional Berhad. Thorbjorn, Force Gup Senior Vice President and Managing Director of Asia Pacific Siemens Energy. Mary Burrs Wallach, Deputy Executive Director, International Energy Agency. Mr. Schultz, this is for you to manage, sir. All yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It is a real pleasure to host this panel entitled Securing Today's Energy System, Transforming Energy for Tomorrow. In addressing these topics, I'm sure you'd expect me to say that the panel will be delving into the role of the grid, technology, and AI. We're super fortunate to have a comprehensive, diverse, and a large group of panelists. So let's get going. We'll try and rattle through, keep the energy levels up, pardon the pun. So straight over to you at the far end, Aslan. TMB, Malaysia's fully integrated power utility. How are you, as CIO, managing the digital and AI megatrends to ensure Malaysia has a secure energy system today?
Thank you, and glad to be here. The core idea is that we are seeing unprecedented speed and scale, the needs to integrate and harmonize various forms of energy sources, important core elements of energy transition, to be integrated with highly connected, secured digital grids. We all know it is critical to put in the right smart investment in technology which would make the grid not just flexible, dynamic, but also resilient. Efforts need to be put in right from the design stage itself, when we are identifying our plans and deployment scenarios for example, for our SCADA, grid automation, smart meters, infrastructure deployment, IoT sensors with the right philosophy of zero trust design principles in mind. Managing critical national asset infrastructure demands solid architecture and operating models for the entire ecosystem landscape. Similarly, running and operating IT and OT, be it in a closely coupled or decoupled setup configurations, require reliable digital brain that can regulate
and efficiently run the system. Real-time handling of asset data particularly. This is where we believe digital and AI can perform in such an outstanding manner in areas like ultimately utility may adopt the self-healing agentic AI of the grid, network operation, the use of digital twins for simulating or stress testing the parameters to maximize operational efficiency, and last but not least, maybe looking at the predictive AI capabilities for speed of threat detections on potential anomalies happening to your grid. So those are the things that we always do and explore in the organization.
Thank you very much. Let's take a Thai perspective. Sompop, over to you. How's Thailand's energy system developing to implement digitalization and make it more cyber resilient?
Yes, I would like to thank you, Adrian. I would like to underline that digitization is one of our key pillars for energy transition because for energy transition, we need to involve with many players, more players in the energy system. For example, we have distributed renewable energy producers. Also, we have large manufacturer, which is the demand side. And for the modern grid, we need to communicate and exchange information with these parties. So digitization is one thing that we can achieve a lot of benefit from this kind of management. But also it comes with greater challenge because we know that cybersecurity is among the top threat to energy system. So under Thailand cybersecurity law, energy sector is one of the critical infrastructure under the law. We have telecom, transportation, healthcare, banking, and energy is one of the critical infrastructure. Ministry of Energy, we are the center of the team we call Energy CERT. It's like Energy Cyber Emergency Response Team. So we team up with the utility like the PTT, EGAT, MEAPA, which is the national utilities in petroleum and electricity. So under the Energy CERT, we share information about cyber threat. When one of the agencies detect that there will be some kind of attack, we spread the news to other members. And also every year, the Ministry of Energy audit the critical infrastructure agency that make sure that they comply with the cybersecurity standard. And also for EGAT, EGAT comply with the NIST standard. And also for the NERC standard, that to make sure that we operate under the resilient system. So I think this is the thing that we try to work along with. One side is energy transition. We need to lower our carbon footprint. And another side, we need to make sure that our system is resilient in terms of physical and also in terms of digital. This is for me. Yeah.
Thank you so much. How about an international perspective? Mary, how does the IEA see technological innovation contributing to energy security?
Well, thank you very much. And let me just begin by saying, as I think so many of you know, that energy security really has been at the heart and the core of what the IEA has been focusing on ever since we were founded 51 years ago now today. And at the same time, of course, it's the innovation and technology has played a really important role in addressing the broader range of global energy security challenges. Some of you may also know that earlier this year we hosted, together with the UK government, a summit on the future of energy security in London, where we took a look not only at today's energy security challenges, but those that we need to be focusing on as we look ahead to the future. And in that respect, technology and innovation will continue to play a really important role. IEA really has for decades focused on this set of issues, on some of the areas well known, on hydrogen and nuclear, sustainable fuels, and so on. And in connection with our 50th anniversary ministerial in February of 2024, we held our first major energy innovation forum. And just later this week, we're holding the second one in connection with the Government of Canada's G7 Energy ministerial meeting. And the third will be held at our next ministerial meeting in Paris next February. So we certainly see this as a really important area of continued focus. As I mentioned, some of the areas where technology and innovation have already played such an important role are in such areas as horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing, which has really helped producers really make much bigger progress and produce much more significant results with respect to oil and gas production. But nuclear energy has expanded dramatically, very much under discussion today, as well as we think about how to continue to provide and secure, provide more secure and predictable energy supplies going forward. And then there's such areas as energy efficiency, LED lighting, and other such things that have played a role too. Going forward, I'll just mention a few of the topics that I know are under a lot of discussion and a lot of focus where we think they can really help too in addressing energy security challenges. Battery storage is one, advanced geothermal is another, and of course, artificial intelligence, I think, shows a lot of progress. I know you're going to be getting to that topic separately as a means of making power grids even more reliable and efficient, among many other applications. Fusion, too, has been under discussion, so we believe that there are a whole number of areas that will require continued focus and strong international collaboration going forward among governments and the private sector to really unlock the important solutions that we're going to need going forward.
I mean, that is quite a heady mix of considerations there. I don't envy you sometimes, but and also you're trying to work, across so many different countries as well and bring everyone on the same journey. So, no, thank you for that. So, Mark, moving to yourself as chairman of Ofgem, the UK's regulator. What are the regulatory levers that you've seen in your experience have had the most success as you go through, as we all go through the energy transition, and perhaps looking forward, you'd sort of extol their virtues and recommend them to other countries and regulators, Mark?
Thanks, Adrian. Thanks for the question. I think the energy trilemma has been mentioned several times this morning. The way I see it is everybody in this room, all of us who've been here today, are embarked on a massive enterprise together to solve the trilemma. So to build new energy systems, new interconnected energy systems in countries and across continents, but do it in a way that maintains energy security during the build-out and afterwards, but at the best price for consumers, and that's obviously at the heart of our job. So Mary's mentioned some of the different technologies that will come into the market. As regulator, we're not going to invent a single technology. It's industries that's going to do that. So how do we, in fact, if you change the word regulator to facilitator, so what can we do to invite and to make an investable environment for people to come and do that? And so we have a number of tools in our regulatory toolbox which require more or less risk on behalf of the UK taxpayer and consumer. So at one end of the spectrum, you've got, I think was mentioned this morning, our reserve asset base, in which as people invest, that investment is captured, it's protected against inflation, it's incentivized for good performance, and so we use that for our network build-out. We're going to be using it for Sizewell C, nuclear power station, and we're unlikely to use it for SMRs. If you go another step away from that, contracts for difference that we use, in which we're basically guaranteeing the price that the developer will receive, but they're taking the risk on the budget and time. So Hinkley Point nuclear power station is a contract for difference. The offshore wind is a contract for difference. And it recognises a degree of risk that we're leaving with the industry. And it's important to understand where the risk sits. And then if we go one step further, the least exposure for the UK taxpayer is our cap and floor regime that we used. Now, we're going to be using that for long-duration storage, pumped hydro and others. And as long as that investment sees a return above the cost of debt, then there's no exposure to UK taxpayers or consumers, and their returns are then capped and that could pay back into the system. As we've looked at that over the use of interconnectors over the last decade, it's actually cost the UK taxpayer very little money indeed. Almost like the trainer wheels on a bike. The bike's going, but it's just there to help. And we'll be using it for long duration storage. So I think it's useful for the regulator to understand and for the governments to understand what tools they've got in their economic toolbox to bring in this investment, to bring in this innovation. Because as I said before, we won't be doing that. Industry will be doing that.
I mean, I completely agree. The cap and floor is a really good instrument of combining investor downside protection with market risk effectively, and pushing for market drivers as opposed to, let's say, just a feed-in tariff or something like that. And I'll remember that one. See the regulator as a facilitator next time I'm sat in front of your team asking for something for investors. But no, it's a positive spin.
The example I've often used, I may not go down well in this part of the world, but in winter sports, there's a thing called curling.
Yes.
Where you throw the stone down the ice. The regulator should be the person with the brush going ahead of it to make sure the stone gets to its target.
Well, that's another good analogy. Yeah, I'll remember that one. So, Torbjorn, Siemens, a global technology provider to the energy transition, right at the heart of it with so many different products and services. What challenges do you face supporting both that mix of legacy infrastructure and all the emerging clean energy systems and technologies?
A really good question.
It
But
is.
first of all, I like Mark to just acknowledge, the capital allocation piece. So we invest about €1 billion a year in R&D. And for us, it's super important to invest that where our customers, ourselves, get the return on that investment, of course. And there comes both regulatory pieces, but also making sure that you facilitate us, and we are probably the player in the curling then.
Yes.
Right? So I like that analogy, and I will use it. So for us, I think we are super excited about the future, but what we talk less about is today's environment. And I think Mary touched on the efficiency and reliability of today's systems. And for us, that's the low-hanging fruit. To make sure that we run today's asset at the most optimum point and with the highest possible reliability. For example, recently here in Singapore, we upgraded one of the gas turbines here with Pacific Light Power, PLP, one of the older machines around, and by default then less efficient than newer machines around. And we upgraded that to be state-of-the-art performance. And not only that it makes commercial sense for them, but they saved also 60,000 tons of CO2 from using less fuel then, which is about 9,000 vehicles on Singapore's roads or so on an annual basis. So it's a significant contribution. So I think we can do more around existing assets jointly with our partners around here. Then if we look at more and more renewables coming into the system, in the grid side, we not only need to make sure that it's stable in the future, but also expanding beyond current locations. It was touched on several times this morning around, that the ideal production centers for renewables and the demand centers are fairly far away from each other. The distance is a challenge here. And therefore, it's so important for us to bring an ASEAN grid to life and bring that in a stable fashion, step by step getting there. So for us, grid is about expansion, but also stability. Make sure that you manage the inertia properly. For example, we see when we switch off more and more coal-fired power plants, for example, in Australia, we see inertia being an issue, and therefore we need to install more and more synchronous condensers or so-called STATCOMs to stabilize the grid. And we have then an answer from our R&D side. We have the answer that all our gas turbines can today be equipped with a clutch, so you can either use it for power generation or grid stability. So that's the kind of R&D activities that we invest in. But we should also acknowledge in Southeast Asia, in Asia Pacific at wide, that each country have its own starting point. And that means that some countries have plenty of renewables, have existing LNG infrastructures and so forth, while others do not have that. And therefore we need to explore new technologies as well. So we work intensively around the hydrogen ecosystem, more and more around the ammonia ecosystem as well. And we see these as especially very promising energy carriers for the future. One challenge is the regulatory piece, and the incentive for our customers and ourselves to invest in hydrogen. So it comes back to global policies or incentives around CO2 emissions and how to deal with them. But we've done it before. 20 years ago, very few of us actually believed in large utility-scale wind farms. 20 years ago, very few of us believed in large-scale utility-sized solar panels. Actually, moving around fossil fuel in the form of LNG, very few people believe that that would make commercial sense. So we've done it before, and we are working very closely with governments, regulatory bodies, and our partners, our customers, in order to advocate for what needs to be done around these topics.
No, thank you so much, Torbjörn. Just sticking with grid, I mean, again, a very wide portfolio of products there, but just to get some country perspectives on grid. Sompop, on the physical side of grid, yeah, every country is facing this, but how is Thailand reacting to the need for flexibility around more renewables and then also embracing interconnectivity?
Thank you, Adrian. First of all, I think apart from the grid, at the start, we design or plan the right mix of generating technology, which is important because for Thailand, the IE technology that we have plenty of potential is solar, but unfortunately that intermittent and sometimes it's unforecastable or unpredictable. So we design the optimum mix of generating technology that can maybe respond to the change in RE generation. For example, our draft new PDP plan, we plan to have like the pump hydro storage, which is now the cheapest energy storage for the grid. But also we have some battery energy storage as well. So this thing will help in managing the grid. And on the grid side, we make sure that we have enough investment for the whole power grid in order to make it flexible in transmitting power, and also make sure that it can reach in the area that has the potential RE generating capacity. So this is a thing that we work on the generation side and on the grid side. Apart from that, we have like the operating new way of operating into the grid. First of all, we have the IE forecasting center. This is thanks to the IEA. I think the Ministry of Energy has worked with IEA maybe a decade ago about the integration of IE into the grid. And one recommendation is that Thailand need to have like the IE forecast center, and now we have one at the EGAT headquarters. So this helps us into planning ahead in generating power from other sources as well. And also recently we developed the demand response control center. This is like the pilot one that we think that demand response can be another resources that we can utilize in managing the grid efficiently and maybe very cost competitive. So this thing that I think that we could make it the grid more flexible with the era of high portion of RE, and also for interconnectivity. I think this is the way that we can allocate and share resource, especially when there is some shortage or maybe some seasonal change in IE production. I think interconnectivity can help. For example, we have the interconnection with Malaysia. This is for emergency only that we have. And that kind of grid network now we use for the LTMS. We transmit power from Lao PDR, pass through Thailand into Singapore. So I think expanding the grid and increasing interconnectivity can help secure the overall regional grid flexibility and reliability.
No, thank you so much. I mean, it's a common theme. But Aslan, in your role, you focus more on the digital grid, of course, which is also important in the energy system and energy transition. What are your main considerations when you look to tomorrow's energy system?
I think it's obvious that digital connectivity and smart infrastructure are the backbone of any resilient grid. Just as physical grids connect electricity, digital grids connect intelligence. Without digital connectivity, physical interconnection alone cannot deliver regional reliability, for example. Similarly, like physical grid, we also need to talk about smart right investment here, and how much, for example, can you stretch the current asset that you have in your organization to support the digital and emerging technologies that you want to implement. So that would be the primary question that need to be answered clearly. And to do that, you cannot do all this alone. You need to reach out to the right parties, having the right peers, the right platform for you to discuss is also important. And then I think one key point that I would like to share here is that all these challenges will somehow lead to great opportunities for everybody to work together, to collaborate. For example, to reach out to global tech giants, cybersecurity firms, for example, to start working on new emerging tracks that may come in and disrupt the harmony, the stability of your grid. And of course, collaboration with the right parties, looking at new ways of running your grid in an effective manner, also important. And I think last but not least, to echo what the Minister said in the morning, the importance of people, involvement of the right people. So here, I think collaboration with the universities, the academicians is also important to ensure you have the right manpower to pursue your aspiration. So I think that will be also important, adding to the point from Sampath just now.
No, thank you. Right, let's bring it on to tech, digital, AI. Torbjørn. Siemens, a grid resilience leader through AI and digital, we all know that. But how are you helping to manage, the major risks that the energy system faces, whether it's at one end of the spectrum, something like cyber, which we're just seeing so often at the moment, across industry, or in the energy space, especially renewables, extreme weather, to ensure, for your customers, the kit that you're providing, that they have security of supply?
Well, AI could be seen as a buzzword these days, of course, but we do a lot of good stuff with it as well. And if we look at a high level from Siemens Energy, we could see that we are using AI in terms of cybersecurity and how we manage that together with our partners. We can see how we use it for optimizing assets. For example, the upgrade I recently managed, and how we use AI to find the best solution. We use it for efficiency improvements and automation. And when it comes to, for example, grids, and you refer to grid particularly, there we see that we look at it from a component perspective. In a grid, it could be a bushing on a transformer. In a wider space, it could be a blade in a turbine or a blade in a windmill. Then we look at it from a system perspective or a solution perspective. That could be a substation or a power plant or so. And then we look at it from a system perspective. So we always scale this in 3 dimensions, or we peel the onion, so to speak, in 3 layers. We work very closely with NVIDIA when it comes to grid, particularly. We use their machine learning capabilities, and we, in particular now having a few use cases around transformers, substations, switchgears, and so on. Very important infrastructure when we're building, for example, HVDC here in Singapore or elsewhere. And we apply about 10,000 nodes for a transformer. So a lot of data that is collected. In the past, it took us about 10 hours to do the modeling and prediction around that. With the latest tools only 6 months ago, Today with AI, we do it in 2 seconds. So it's a mind-blowing change in the way you can model a grid system and how you then early enough can predict, climate impact on the system, for example, or cyber attacks on the system and so on. Suddenly you have it at your fingertips.
No, thank you. Mark, what's the regulator's role around technology, particularly safeguards around AI and cyber, but maybe also opportunities too?
Yeah, I think I had a conversation in our place last week about AI used internally, and somebody made a really good point. The line manager understands the problem. The IT department have some solutions, but needs somebody to translate between those 2 languages. And I think the regulator's role is often seeing some issues and wondering if there are some solutions, and then speaking to people who actually have the solutions. And whether it's AI, because at the moment, what's the answer? AI. What's the question? I don't know yet. But sort of, it could be AI, it could be further automation, could be more digitization. I'll give you 3 real-world examples. Okay, headline news this year: Spanish energy system went down, affecting France and Portugal. Was it because there was not enough stability in the system? May have been part of the problem, but a large part of the problem was reaction times, and the reactions were poor. Could AI, could greater automation help us to react more quickly to a system that's going to be more renewable based? Second one, Heathrow Airport was shut down earlier this year because of a fault in a substation. As you trace that back, you see a lot human error and maintenance not being done. Could greater AI use, greater automation help us with asset health? And then thirdly, the biggest complaint I've had in this job in 2 years is from the battery installers who've said, we keep getting dropped out every day in the allocation. They call it the skip rates. And as I've looked in that, there's been, first of all, a conservatism in the culture in the system operator, because there are no prizes for a blackout, so they'll always go to a gas-fired power station. Secondly, their IT systems were out of date and are not being updated. But thirdly, a lack of visibility of how charged the batteries were up and down the country. So greater automation, perhaps the use of AI in controlling the systems as we're battling or juggling a lot more different supplies, different types of supply in the future. So I can see some potential uses. I'm not the expert in doing that, but it's then speaking to the experts and trying to find out if there are some solutions.
No, thank you. Really, really interesting real-world examples. I mean, Mary, let's bring it to you for some final thoughts. From the IEA, around energy systems here in the region, especially, let's say, the importance to you that you've set up an office here and you're really getting boots on the ground.
Well, thank you very much. And let me just say, I think all of the issues that we've been discussing today are of huge relevance right here in the region. They're very good, all very, very good reasons why the IEA decided to establish its first ever regional cooperation center right here, because we see huge opportunity for working with partner countries all across the region to address many of these really important issues. And as was mentioned this morning by Dr. Birol and others, this is a region that is growing so quickly and by so many different metrics. Economically, in terms of its energy demands, its population, and so on. Its energy demands have increased by 80% over the past 2 decades, now account for something like a quarter of global energy demand, second only to India in the global picture, with rising electricity demands in particular. And so some of the specific areas that we are really focusing on, which we recognize are this region's priorities, are very much first with respect to regional power grid integration. We recognize so many of you are working on the different elements related to the ASEAN power grid and trying to move all of that forward, but we see huge opportunity for more investment in the region with all of the resources that it has in solar, wind, and of course its massive hydropower resources as well. So as its energy demand grows, so is there a significant need for continued investment, and the efforts underway to really expand regional grid integration will, as others have just mentioned here, help, I think, in terms of efficiency with the expenditure of resources, and really help to reduce dependence on imports, while again, I think really addressing the growing demands. Secondly, again, as was mentioned this morning too, this region is so rich in terms of its critical minerals and rare earths and other such related minerals resources that are so important for the growing energy demands of today, especially in the clean energy sectors. And we think that, once again, that this is an area where increased investment and support for the financial means and tools and mechanisms, again, with private sector and government cooperation, can really make a difference. And then, third, I would just mention, too, we recognize that gas security is really important for this region. We recognize that there are growing demands in that regard. We see a very positive and bright picture in terms of the LNG resources coming onto the market. But I think strengthening regional cooperation in this regard, too, can enhance energy security and help the region to meet its growing demands. So once again, thanks for the opportunity to participate here. We're very excited about the opportunities for cooperation, working with partners all across the region, and including, of course, with so many of you right here on this panel. So thank you very much.
Those are great final words. So thank you so much, Mary. And thank you to all the panelists and to the audience for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schultz, for moderating this session. Again, we'd like to invite all of our panelists in front for a photograph. We have a keynote session happening up next, ladies and gentlemen, very soon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We invite our panelists to make their way to their seats as we refresh the stage for our next panel session. But before that, we'll have our keynote session happening shortly. I'll take a moment as well to remind one and all, ladies and gentlemen, for the network reception happening this evening. Again, a call out for you to be there for the transport, the EV buses that will leave from 5:30 onwards. These EV buses, of course, are sponsored by Sembcorp. This next keynote address is presented by Masdar. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Rafael Baru, Chief Investment Officer of Masdar, for this presentation. Mr. Baru, please.
Distinguished guests, good afternoon. It's a real privilege to be here in Singapore, a nation which is at the very heart of the global economy and the energy transformation. Thank you to the organizers of SIEW for convening this important conference and bringing together under one roof such a diverse and influential group of professionals. Thank you also for giving me the opportunity to reflect upon the conference key themes and share Masdar's perspective on the future of our global energy system. The energy challenges one thought of as tomorrow are already upon us, as you know. And as ever, the energy is at the very heart of this global transformation. Echoing the words of Dr. Bilal this morning, one of the defining forces of our time will be the massive ramp up in the demand for electricity. Of course, AI will be one major driver of this trend, as global electricity use by data centers alone is expected to double by 2030. But AI is only part of the story. Global EV stock, as we know, have exceeded 40 million units in 2024. And the EIA has a forecast that EV charging will be adding 1,000 terawatt-hours of demand by 2030. Also, we discussed this morning rising standards of living, which are changing consumption patterns. One example of this is demand for cooling. Singapore has long recognized the importance of air conditioning as both a cause and a product of economic development. Again, referring to the IEA, they expect electricity demand for cooling to triple by 2050. So altogether, we know that the electricity's use is set to grow by more than 25% by the end of this decade. In this context, the need for reliable, affordable, and abundant energy is greater than ever. We must move beyond simply imagining those systems. We must move towards action, towards addressing these energy challenges today. And this is where our focus lies at Masdar, on building the projects that most efficiently meet the demands of the global economy, and more specifically, of our off-takers, on scaling proven technologies and developing bespoke systems that meet the specific demands of our customers. I'd like to make one example that captures what it means to build tomorrow's systems today. This is our round-the-clock, or RTC project in Abu Dhabi, which we broke ground on just last week. So RTC is something entirely new. It's the world's first gigascale renewable energy project capable of delivering clean power 24 hours a day. It combines a 5.2 gigawatt solar facility with an extraordinary 19 gigawatt hour of battery storage, the largest single deployment of energy storage anywhere around the world. What makes RTC so significant is what it represents. This isn't just a project, it's a blueprint for the world. For the first time, renewable energy will surmount the intermittency of renewables. This project will bring 1 gigawatt of dispatchable, baseload, clean power. It meets the massive increase in demand for cost-competitive, reliable energy in the UAE. The project will power the UAE's next chapter of growth, fueling data centers, advanced industries, and of course, AI-driven infrastructure. And the good news is, we are looking to replicate this project across other countries. You see the same agile approach in our work across Asia-Pacific, where we have completed groundbreaking projects that respond to the specific challenges of the region geography. Nowhere is this clearer than Indonesia, where our Cirata floating solar PV project, developed together with PLN, is using innovation to overcome the geographical challenges of land shortages. It is already the largest floating solar plant in Asia, and we are now expanding it to 500 megawatts. What makes projects like Cirata significant is their adaptability. Floating solar addresses multiple constraints: limited land, water, evaporation, and of course the need for local resilience. It turns a physical limitation into a design advantage. And boy, isn't this what Singapore has been doing for the last 60 years, right? We are especially proud that the Cirata project will be the foundation for us to replicate and scale up floating solar PV in the region, as is the case with our recent agreement to build a floating PV plant in the Cherry Dam in Malaysia. So across the region, from Indonesia to Malaysia, the Philippines and beyond, Masdar will continue to help to build tomorrow's energy systems today. Systems that reflect the local geography policy frameworks, and market demand. This is a core pillar of a global strategy as we look towards our target of reaching 100 gigawatt of renewable capacity by 2030. We are already halfway there with a 50 gigawatt portfolio, and we will continue to grow and innovate. Storage will be central to this growth as we seek to take advantage to the stunning advances in battery efficiency and affordability. Integrating storage is a fast becoming crucial element of clean energy sector. In Asia, it's also the foundation for regional ambitions, including the Asian power grid that we discussed this morning, connecting markets, stabilizing supply, and enabling cross-border trade of electricity. And while scales remain critical, it's no longer the only measure of progress. The next frontier is intelligence. At Masdar, we're already applying AI-based analytics across our portfolio to monitor asset performance, to predict maintenance cycles, and of course, optimize dispatch. These tools may seem incremental, but in practice, their impact is transformative as they turn raw scale into efficiency and long-term resilience. The convergence of digital intelligence and physical infrastructure will define the next state of the transformation, one where the renewable energy systems are smarter, adaptive, and self-optimizing. And to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, it must also be said that projects don't succeed simply because the technology is right. They succeed because the partnership model is right. The strong local collaboration, the supportive regulation, and investor confidence. Ultimately, that alignment is what turns ambition into delivery, and also what it gives investors the predictability to commit capital at scale. And as Minister Tan reminded us this morning, by broadening the access to affordable and reliable clean energy, we can boost energy security, we can reduce the cost for households and businesses, we can build workforce capability, create jobs that will drive prosperity and progress. Thank you very much.
Mr. Peru, thank you kindly, sir. Thank you. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, a special dialogue, Future Energy Systems. It is with pleasure that I introduce the moderator for this session, Professor Lee Po Sing, Executive Director, Energy Studies Institute. With him is the chairman, Schneider Electric, Jean-Pascal Tricoire. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this would be just the two of them right here, and I'm sure you'll enjoy this exchange of thoughts. And of course, I'm going to leave it to you, sir.
Sure.
Professor,
Okay.
to take over from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Our aim is clear: deliver more electrons, cleaner electrons, and smarter electrons, without sacrificing reliability or affordability. So I'm P.S. Lee from the Energy Studies Institute at NUS. I'm delighted to be joined by JP, Chairman of Schneider Electric, right? The world's most sustainable company, a few years in a row, whose global vantage point spans governments, utilities, and industry. We'll move quickly through 6 connected questions, if possible, okay? And finish with an actionable takeaway. So let's begin. Before we talk solutions, let's ground ourselves in what is actually shifting across markets and sectors. Your vantage point cuts across regions and industries. Help us read the signal from the noise. So what is your assessment of industrial trends we are seeing at the moment?
So, well, good afternoon to all of you. It's always a great pleasure to be in Singapore and to be with you, Professor Lee. I would say if you look at the sector of energy today, I see a real inflection and revolution in 2 sectors. Number one is electrification. And electrification is going through two revolutions itself. Number one is a demand, where all the new technologies is powered by electricity, and the most visible of that is data centers. This morning we heard the news, but the new data centers at 700 megawatts, right? But in the world, we are adding gigawatts of computing. But in parallel, more of the demand is moving to electricity, mobility, buildings because of air conditioning, then industry to be more competitive, less carbon intense. That's moving to electrification, which means that when you look at the world over the past 30 years, we were at 20% of the world energy consumption being electrical. We're going to be moving in the next coming 20 years to 40 to 60%, let's say 50%. So it's a major demand revolution. And in parallel, you've got the revolution of supply, moving to more renewable, to more storage, on a mix which is much more geared to low carbon. So this is taking place on one stage, on one level. The second revolution that we see at the level of the energy sector is digitization. Everything is getting connected, buildings, manufacturing, cities, and then the grid. So for the first time in the history of energy, everything is connected from the power plant to the plug, which allows a completely different level of efficiency and a completely different level of resilience.
So these dynamics define the playing field and the constraint we must design within. With that in view, from now to 2030, what are the three system-level moves you would prioritize to meet rising electricity demand and accelerate decarbonization and strengthen resilience?
Look, there is something very important which is taking place at the moment. We are all speaking about the energy trilemma, you know, affordability, security, and sustainability. I would say this has become a quadrilemma where electricity is your passport to AI, and AI makes you relevant or irrelevant strategically. So there is, at the moment, a race to power which is very difficult to fulfill or to achieve in many places in the world. So if you look at the priorities, number one is to get access to more power, to get more computing capability. And that goes with a priority of energy efficiency. On energy efficiency at the level of every building, every plant, every whatever infrastructure, but also at the level of the grid. The second priority in many places is more solid electrical infrastructure. When you look at the case of Singapore, to source more electricity, you need more interconnections. You need the Asian grid to take form and shape. So it's more connections, it's more smart connections. And finally, what we see is a multiplication at the level of the system of production. So it's not only the grid, it's not only this or this source, it's more and more microgrids which are being deployed at the levels of the points of usage. I would see that today as the three priorities that all the countries are putting into place. The place where you see the fastest rush to power is probably the US at the moment, with a grid which is not at the level of the expectation. So moving fast to efficiency, moving fast to more grid, smarter grid, on a lot of microgrids.
Priorities clarify actions, but they also surface tensions leaders must consciously navigate. What is the biggest execution trade-off leaders should expect from this move so organizations can plan, sequence, and resource accordingly?
I think you have several things that you have to consider at the moment which are changing. The way we were designing electrical systems is changing profoundly due to power decentralization, due to massive digitization, due to the injection of renewable storage on battery storage systems on the grid. So the biggest thing is to start anew the thinking, look at the real issue at the level of the usage of electricity and or energy, and optimize everything around that. And very often the trade-off is about a life cycle trade-off. Like, you might have to invest a bit more at the beginning, but that is paid back for, like energy efficiency in 3 to 5 years. But a lot of the industry has been designed for optimizing the stage one, which is construction. on de-optimizing what represents 80% of the cost, which is the whole life cycle of the installation. So redoing or rethinking those two things, the architecture of your power system and the whole life cycle on the investment you have to put into it are probably the two biggest changes that we have to operate.
Sure. So trade-offs are unavoidable, but confidence is optional, yet essential. So as grids, industries, and cities become software-defined, what assurance stacks is needed so that investors, regulators, and the public are confident that digitalizations improve reliability and not just efficiency?
Well, with all of this, everything getting connected, look, I think resilience, reliability have been always top of the agenda for every system. Now the big new thing is digitization. And when it comes digitization, there are two subjects that we need to deal with, and I think the industry is taking great care of it. Number one is cybersecurity. So if you take our case, we make sure that the development of product is cyber secure and we feed the most stringent regulation. We also apply system design on making sure that all of the system is protected, and so on, and so on, and so on. And we work with numerous institutions, certification institutes, and so on, to make sure that we design to the highest standard. But this is a place where you need to be always paranoid, right? And to be testing permanently your defense on making sure that everybody on the grid is at the right level, right? The second newcomer in that whole equation of resiliency is AI. AI is the biggest promise of optimization of everything in energy. Would it be at the level of demand efficiency, and would it be at the level of the grid efficiency? But AI, when you apply it to the sector of energy, the sector of energy is mission critical. It can suffer no breakdown. So you need an AI which has an industrial grade, which has no hallucination, because you don't want your network to have hallucination and so on. So this is where we work across the industry a lot, and with other industries, actually, to define standards where we guarantee an industrial-grade AI. You can maybe afford an hallucination when you do a funny picture. You can afford no hallucination when you run a network, when you run a mission-critical application. So these are the 2 points that we are really monitoring. Now, to be completely fair, as an industrial at Schneider, everything is connected. I feel much better that everything is connected. Because with connectivity and with digitization, I get access to preventive maintenance. I can intervene on equipment before problems happen. I can get level of efficiency which are very significant, 20, 30%. I can optimize at scale, and I can include my ecosystem, my suppliers, my utilities, my contractors into the game. So the benefits of digitization are much higher than the new issues introduced.
So even the best assurance framework relies on real equipment and real people available at the right time. Critical equipment lead times and talent gaps are now strategic risks. What is the most effective partnership model you have seen between government, utilities, and industry to build resilient supply chains and the future-ready workforce?
Look, we need to work really together, all of us, right? We are a technology supplier, the energy technology supplier, and we work with many of your companies. So our role is to supply a consistent stack of technologies from power to intelligence to make sure the systems are prepared for the future and allow you for better resilience, better reliability, safety, sustainability, and efficiency. That's what we do. At the same time, when you digitize everything, you get much closer to the application. And therefore, it's really important to work close to the operators of buildings, data centers, industries, cities, networks, to make sure that we design really for the application, and we adapt our systems as your applications are moving. And then government have a tremendous role, because around the utilities, the grid operators, the DSOs, they are the one orchestrating the whole evolution and making sure that every part of the solution, from generation to consumption, is going along. A large part of our capacity to go to the next level, at the level of energy, will be to share data, which we are not used to do. And sharing data needs some firewalling, needs some protection. So these are the things that the regulator can put together. But we have places, and Singapore, I believe, is a great test bed for working on that collaboration between a government who is very much connected to business and business which is very much connected to government, on making sure that we put together a system which can be a blueprint for other places.
Okay, great. So partnership creates a skill, but leadership determines direction and discipline. As AI permeates energy and industry, what is single leadership behavior CEOs and ministers must adopt to ensure AI is a system optimizer, not merely a new source of the demand?
Look, I believe AI is the biggest revolution we've ever experienced since the internet. And AI changes pretty much everything in terms of efficiency. But when you speak about energy, which is a very complex system, on a multi-stakeholder system, AI is even more important. Now, the reality is that you can run AI only if you have great data. If you don't have access to great data, then your AI will produce terrible results. Actually, it may produce dangerous results. So, as a chairman of Schneider, speaking to many industrialists and many institutions, I would say the present priority for all of us is to make sure that we collect, aggregate, and put together the data on, in our sector, a data which is usable by AI, which means it needs to be contextualized, it needs to be time-stamped, it needs to be related to assets. It's not just raw data. The second point really is to make sure that every company or everybody who has to run a system, and it can be a government, aggregates the data on the largest scale possible, because who wins in AI are the people who have the largest amount of data. And this is what we are doing. And then the second stage is to make sure that data are connected to the real-time and real-life systems. Because you start to impact your company, your city, your infrastructure, when AI is producing results, on that results feedbacks on the real infrastructure. So digitizing, aggregating, and going back real time in the real physical world is probably what we have in front of us. And partnering and collaborating among stakeholders, because it's the only way to make it work in a system as complex as the energy system.
Sure. Thank you, JP. So one sentence to Minister and CEO. The next point of reliability will come from collecting as well as aggregating good data, right? Real-time data. For everyone here, pick one system KPI, be it the reserve margin, emission intensity, flexible demand under contract, and one partnership action, be it the grid-aware demand deal or talent pipeline. Set a 2026 milestone, publish results and data, and turn success into a repeatable playbook. Thanks to all of you shaping secure, resilient, and low-carbon energy systems. So enjoy the rest of SIEW 2025.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me today with you. Thank you.
Mr. Chukwa, Prof. Lee, thank you very much. A photo right in front, if you will, the two of you. It would be very nice for us to keep this for SIEW 2025. A very nice conversation between Mr. Chukwa and Prof. Lee. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll now refresh the stage, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session. Again, we hope everyone has had a chance to visit the foyer, the showcase that we had launched in the earlier part of the day. Again, you can visit our partner booths and explore the exhibits. For those who have not had a chance to explore the SG60 at SIEW Energy Showcase, you can continue to visit us at level 4 this time, level 4 from tomorrow onwards. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a keynote speech, and this is done by Mr. Lauder Sulaiman, Director General of Oil and Gas, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Mr. Sulaiman, please.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and may peace be upon us all. It is an honor for me to represent the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia at this important forum that brings together leaders, experts, and partners to discuss the future of our region's energy system. Also, I would like to convey our sincere appreciation to the government of Singapore for hosting this event and for continuing to serve as a strong partner in promoting regional dialogue and cooperation in the energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, the world today is facing complex challenges, including geopolitical tensions, supply chain disruptions, and the accelerating impact of climate change. These challenges have reinforced the importance of energy resilience as the foundation of national independence and sustainable growth. President Prabowo Subianto National Vision, known as Astacita, clearly places energy security and downstream industrial development as central pillar of economic transformation. In the oil and gas sector, the Minister Bahlil Lahadalia has set the focus on increasing production while integrating cleaner technologies. By September of this year, Indonesia's oil production reached 605,000 barrels per day, reflecting steady progress despite the natural decline of mature fields. Gas production remains stable at around 6.8 billion standard cubic feet per day, and we aim to increase this to 12 billion by 2030. To achieve these targets, Indonesia is implementing a comprehensive exploration program that will offer 75 new oil and gas blocks between 2025 and 2027. We are also working to optimize production through technology cooperation such as enhanced oil recovery, and at the same time, we are reactivating idle wells and field through collaboration with contractor and partners. To ensure efficient distribution and reliable supply, Indonesia is strengthening its domestic energy infrastructure. Key pipeline projects such as Cirebon-Semarang and Dumai-Semangka lines, along with new floating regasification units, are being developed to improve connectivity and lower logistic costs. In parallel, Indonesia continues to accelerate the transition toward cleaner energy sources. Our installed renewable energy capacity has reached 15 gigawatts, which represents only a small fraction of our total potential of 3,600 gigawatts. We are committed to expanding the use of hydropower, geothermal, solar, and bioenergy, while also strengthening the implementation of biodiesel, starting with B40 this year and B50 in 2026. The share of renewable in our national energy mix has reached 16%, and we are targeting between 36 to 40% by 2040. To support this transition, the government of Indonesia has prepared the General Plan for Electricity Supply 2025 to 2034, which includes the addition of 69 gigawatts of new generation capacity over the next decade. More than 6% of this capacity will come from renewable energy and energy storage systems. This plan opens wide opportunity for private sector and international investment, job creation, and technology transfer, making Indonesia one of the most promising destinations for clean energy development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the future of ASEAN's energy security will depend on our collective ability to connect, collaborate, and innovate. Strengthening regional connectivity through ASEAN Power Grid and Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline remain a priority. These initiatives are not only infrastructure projects, but also symbols of trust and solidarity among ASEAN countries. Integrated power and gas network will enable us to share resources, reduce costs, and improve regional resilience. We must also deepen our collaboration in research, technology, and capacity building. Joint study on renewable energy integration, energy storage system, and carbon capture, utilization, and storage will help to ensure that energy transition across ASEAN is both sustainable and reliable. Financing is equally important. Public-private partnership, green financing instruments, and clear and transparent regulatory framework will be key to mobilizing investment and ensuring long-term confidence in the region's energy market. The government of Indonesia recognizes that the energy transition cannot be achieved by policy alone. It requires strong collaboration among governments, industry, academia, and international partners such as the International Energy Agency and the International Renewable Energy Agency. Together, we can translate shared visions into tangible actions that deliver real benefits for our economies, our communities, and our planet. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to work together to build an ASEAN energy system that is sustainable, secure, and inclusive. Thank you.
Mr. Suleiman, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. We're on to our second last panel for the day, ladies and gentlemen, and this is about the future of energy, the strategic role of natural gas in grid stability. This is proudly presented by Mitsubishi Power. On stage is our panel. This is going to be moderated by Mr. Martin Houston, Chairman, Omega Oil and Gas. With him is Judy W. Chang, Commissioner, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, United States. Ellen Heng, Chief Executive Officer, Singapore Gas Co. Takao Sukui, President and Chief Executive Officer, Mitsubishi Power. Leong Wei Hung, Chief Executive Officer, Singapore LNG Corporation. And finally, Izumi Kai, Chief Executive Officer, JERA Asia, Head of Platform Business Division, JERA Company. Mr. Houston, good to see you again.
Good to be here. Thank you so much.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're almost through. 2 more panels to go. We'll try and make this as interesting as possible. We all have heard the statistics. We know what we're talking about. We know that Asian demand is growing rapidly. The question is, how do we deal with the twin pillars of decarbonisation, affordability, and adding security to that too. It sounds simple. We've heard a lot about it today. We're going to add some more with this great panel. I might just add that 3 years ago, sitting here, I might have said that is capital moving too fast away from gas? And as we sit here today, I might ask the question for you to think about, are investors moving from the energy transition investments too fast? So somewhat, I think, of a reversal in the last 2 or 3 years. So let's get straight into it. So Wei Hung from SLNG, I'm going to ask you the first question. We're going to move down the panel and ask them each a different question. So how do you see SLNG's role in Singapore in power grid stability in the market today and with the future electricity imports on top of the gas imports as well?
Thanks for that question, and it's an important role that the SLNG plays in the Singapore energy security and energy supply in Singapore. It's very exciting that we see more and more solar being introduced into the grid, but the power generators still rely largely on LNG and gas to generate electricity in Singapore. Now, LNG obviously provides a very stable and secure source of energy to the power generators, and that's our role, right? We make sure that we don't disrupt the supply of LNG into the grid, into the gas grid, which allows the power generators to assure their customers that they won't be disrupted as well. And as you see more and more of the electricity import into Singapore, it comes with their challenges. Solar, wind, they continue to have the intermittency issue, and we are here to make sure that the power supply is not interrupted by any of this intermittency. So that's our role to play, and we continue to play that role. As Singapore's power demand increases, I'm sure our role will continue to be important as well.
Well, we're going to come back to that one on the next round on this, so just hold that thought. But Sasui-kan from Mitsubishi Power, let me ask you the next question. So tell us a little bit about how Asia's energy market is evolving, and what are the trends you see going forward for the next decade or so? Looking forward, what are you seeing?
Sure. I've been participating in this SIEW for a couple of years now, and every year the trend seems to be a little bit shifting. And for sure today, there's a huge demand for gas. The gas demand for, gas generation demand has increased significantly over the couple of years, starting from US, Middle East, and now in Asia. So we are seeing a lot of investments towards gas generation. And, the Southeast Asia energy increase will be about, probably predicted 25% of the whole global energy increase for the coming 10 years. So we will see continuous investments in this field.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to move down the line to Commissioner Chang. Judy, you're from the US. You're regulating a different industry, or different country, I should say. But what are the keys to coordinating between natural gas and electricity sectors to maximize economic efficiency and to deal with this reliability question? Now, we've heard, how SLNG is dealing with it in Singapore and with the, addition of potentially electricity imports. I mean, how do you see it from your perspective as a regulator?
Great. Thank you, and thank you for having me here. I'm really pleased to be here in Singapore to just share a few experiences. And I think the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission of the US really touches gas and electric systems and the coordination of the reliability of both systems in 3 ways. The first is we are the agency that authorizes the permitting of the construction of the natural gas pipeline system in the US, interstate pipeline system, as well as the LNG facilities. So we are the agency that oversees the environmental impact analyses, the community impact analysis, and the economic regulator that basically tries to understand the need for such infrastructure. We are not involved in sort of the contract of offtake of the molecule, so to speak. And then the second, so that's the first thing, we touch on the construction of the infrastructure. The second thing is we also oversee and regulate the wholesale electricity market for the US. And that essentially includes the economic dispatch of the natural gas generation fleet, which makes up about 45% of the generation in the US. And with that comes the complexity of the coordination, which gets to the third issue that we deal with, which is the coordination between the gas system and the electric system so that both systems can run reliably simultaneously, particularly because they're interdependent and also because we have a different timeline when it comes to power system dispatch and the timeline that generators, once you're in the sort of implementation timeframe, when you have to buy the gas and when do you implement the gas. So there's a coordination challenge between the trade and the transaction of the gas system and the transaction of the electric system. So those are some of the things that we, as a regulator, oversee from a reliability perspective. And I can talk about more of the detail later. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So look, we're going to move down the line to my colleague Alan Heng from Gasco. So Alan, Gasco is a new entity, as many people in this room know. It's a key new player in the sector. It's there for a reason. Tell us a little bit why it was established and what it's doing, and most importantly, how it's going to contribute to the very things it was set up to deal with: stability, reliability, affordability, security, and so on.
Well, thanks, Martin. It's great to be back at SIEW in a different capacity. Gasco is a newly formed entity. We are, in fact, coming up to 6 months old. And today, we have built up a team that has about 20 employees, and we intend to build up that team further because we want to fulfill our mission of securing reliable and affordable natural gas for the commercial generators in Singapore. That's our primary mission. And the purpose of that primary mission is somewhat similar to what SLNG has. If you think of SLNG as the gateway for molecules of LNG to come into Singapore, we have to make sure that those molecules actually do show up in Singapore over the next few years. How does this help with grid stability? I think you have to recognize that Singapore is 95% powered by natural gas today. So it's absolutely important for grid stability. In fact, almost all our generation is on a base load demand for gas. If you think ahead to the next few years when we start to import low-carbon electricity from our neighbors, we will have to increasingly deal more with the challenges of intermittency, and that's when gas plays a critical role, because gas is extremely flexible in its ability to start quickly and respond to changes in supply and demand.
Okay, thanks, Alan. And finally, last but not least, Kai-san. So gas-fired power is increasingly critical in ASEAN, and even more so, I think, if we look at the statistics we've seen today, a number of times over. Tell us a little bit why it's such an important element of the energy chain.
Yeah. So the load of gas remain critical for the decades to come, I believe, because of the increasing demand, as well as to facilitate the ASEAN region's transition to the decarbonization. And let me comment from stability, reliability, as well as sustainability perspectives. So in most ASEAN economies, growing at 5 to 6% annually. And also we are witnessing the additional surge in energy demand coming from AI and data center build-out. So it is critical to not only just replacing the existing capacity, but also additional capacity which is needed to manage such increasing demand. So that's the reliability part. And from sustainability perspective, except for a few markets in Asia, such as Singapore, some countries such as Philippines or Indonesia relied heavily on coal. And about 60% of power generation in these countries comes from coal. So therefore, simply introducing LNG contribute to lowering carbon intensity. I'm not saying absolute emission amount. So trying to lower carbon intensity is critical to take the pathway towards net zero in the future. And of course, expanding renewables is critical. But of course, it's not just price, but also the availability of suitable land, suitable site for renewables development. And we need to think about whether this growing energy demand, electricity demand, can be met by just continue to develop renewables without fossil fuels. So I believe that is very difficult. So therefore, striking the balance of natural gas as well as renewables are critical to make sure we can secure stability and also environmentally sustainable energy supply.
Because I think it is fair that if we sat here 3 years ago, and we did sit here 2 years ago, we would have been talking about the role of green fuels within the dispatch in Japan for sure. I mean, that has really changed, hasn't it? The pendulum has swung back.
So there's still, yes, the market situation, environment has changed. However, even the pace has been changed or some recalibration is needed. Still, we should not forget about this pathway towards net zero. So I think now the focus is more on stability, but at the same time, even we continue to develop these natural gas facilities, still we can contribute to lowering emissions by shifting from coal or shifting from oil to gas. And ultimately, the emission from gas generation could be captured, or natural gas could be replaced by hydrogen.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. Wei Hong, I said I was going to come back to you. So, look, this morning we saw some great pictures of the interconnectivity with ASEAN. There were some great charts with lots of bright lights on them. I mean, Singapore becomes part of the ASEAN grid. It's a great ambition, and I'm sure it'll be realized. But how does that change your role? And how do you work with large-scale continuous imports of electricity, somewhat competing in your market, but at the same time causing disruptions to the way you think about grid stability?
Yeah, I think for ASEAN to survive and grow, we need to be connected and we need to collaborate. So we talked about the interconnected grid, and I said again, the sources of power from the interconnected grid tends to be renewable energy, and they have their own problems of intermittencies. We play a part in that, but more importantly, even at the recent meeting of the ASEAN Council for Petroleum and Energy, we talked a lot about the cross-boundary gas pipelines as well, right? So as we look at how energy is transferred between gas and power generation, there's also a need to make sure that there's a balance between the pipe gas that is available to generate power for those countries and also for ourselves, but also imported LNG. So there is price differentials, there's price market differences, and the ability to optimize and give optionality as to where your energy comes from continues to play a role. So in SLNG, we primarily focus on the Singapore demand and energy security, but equally we have the ability to trade. So when other countries fall short or have an issue around their own demand and supply balances, we can play a part in the regional stability of availability as well as the availability of transfer of LNG between countries. So that can replace their own natural gas supplies if necessary. And that plays into the whole power interconnectivity as well, because you do have to have a balance between affordability and sustainability, and also the energy security bit as well.
So a useful storage tank for your neighboring countries, right?
I can lease them out, certainly.
Sakui-san, Mitsubishi, a global player in energy, in all forms of energy, and just very simply, what's the most realistic pathway for gas to support the energy transition? We've talked a lot about the role of gas in the last 5 years at this conference, for sure. We're thinking more about gas as having a much longer-term future, but how is it going to play that role responsibly to rather attract the right kind of partners, if you like, to manage a decarbonization regionally, globally, however you like?
So last year, I mentioned that the gas demand or the gas turbine demand would probably increase about 50% more than the previous years in average. Actually, we ended up in 2024 that it increased in about 50%. And this year, I think 2025, we would be seeing about 70% increase compared to the previous years. And that's probably happening. Of course, data centers and the AI technology is driving some of that demand. But if you think about why this demand is coming or why people are choosing the gas generation technology, probably comes to like 3 points in terms of energy transition contribution. One is it's extremely complementary with renewables. And as a fact, regions where they have invested heavily into solar and wind are now choosing gas to support the times when the wind and the solar does not generate. And it's very complementary as a technology, quick startup, and very flexible operation. First reason. Second reason, I think where countries with a lot of coal or oil operation, applying gas itself is already energy transition. You are reducing 65% of emissions due to changing from coal to gas in terms of the GHG due to the efficiency. And thirdly, I would say the convertibility or the flexibility towards future net zero or future carbon zero. Gas generation can adopt hydrogen in the future or combine it with carbon capture. We saw some sessions prior on carbon capture, but both technology are applicable towards gas technology. So probably these 3 reasons why people are moving towards a lot of investment to gas.
And do you think, again, going back to the points I've made earlier on about the pendulum moving between, energy sources, decarbonisation, and so on, do you think this time around gas is here to stay? I mean, have we firmly planted gas, rooted in the long-term energy future, building around it with renewables and other technologies? Is that your view?
Yeah, I think so. These plants, lifetime is 25, 30 years. I don't think people are investing for like 10 years operation. Obviously, 25 years from now is 2050. So it makes some of the calculations that people are thinking long term. But at the same time, technology will be coming. We have invested a lot in carbon capture or hydrogen firing. We are actually doing a lot of validation on hydrogen co-firing up to 50% as of today. So future up to 100% of hydrogen firing is technically possible, and we are very, very committed to do that.
Great, thank you. So, Commissioner Chan, back to you. As a regulator, a pure regulator, what role do you think the regulators ought to be playing in ensuring markets reward both reliability and decarbonisation or sustainability? I mean, how do you get that balance right? And as a regulator sitting in a full-time regulatory role, how do you think about that?
That's a great question. People often ask about the balancing act. In the United States, states actually set multiple layers of laws, and there are groups of states that gather and form carbon pricing mechanisms to reduce the emissions level of all sectors, including the power sector. From a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission perspective, we are an economic regulator and a reliability regulator and respect the laws of different states. So from a reliability perspective, we do use markets at the same time as working with our partners to set reliability standards for the industry. So we have industry standards that require certain amount of energy resources available at all times. We call it resource adequacy. So there's resource adequacy, so every hour of the year there's adequate resource by region that can meet the demand. And as we go through the growth in demand, we're of course being challenged by that. And then there is grid reliability and grid reliability standards. So we also manage and regulate how much planning occurs for the electricity grid, so that from the short-term and long-term perspective, we have sufficient grid capacity to actually transfer the various different resource types for electricity to the demand centers. And again, all of these are coming to a head as you talk about pendulum swings. As demand is anticipated to grow significantly, partially driven by data centers, but also electrification, as the minister had said about Singapore, the same thing is happening in the United States, electrification and data centers and other uses of electricity has dramatically increased, and the forecast of that increase has really driven in a way that it's really challenging the way we think about reliability and simultaneously decarbonization targets.
Great, thank you. I might just come back. I'll give you a bit of a minute to think about it, but I might ask you to, if we've got a bit of time, what advice would you give to the sort of nascent regulators in and around the region? I'm not talking about Singapore, but others that are developing their regulatory frameworks. I'll come back to that if you just want to cogitate on that, because I've surprised you with it a bit. But let's, Alan, you and I lived through 2022. You lived through it wearing a very different hat and a much heavier hat as it was at the time. But how do we ensure that we never see that again and those price shocks never again threaten economic competitiveness?
Well, the 21-22 events traumatized the industry, but we learned two things. First, we learned that the energy system and the people who operate that are able to provide supply at the end of the day and keep a lot of energy systems running. The second thing we learned, however, is that prices spike dramatically when there's insufficient supply. Obviously, 21-22 was triggered by a host of events, and even in Singapore, we felt it. It led to higher gas prices on the spot and marginal level, which then led to very much higher electricity prices for the consumers. I think that catalyzed a lot of the decisions around how we set up the Singapore Gas Co. and its mission. Because the amount of impact that incremental costs of electricity to consumers can be devastating. In many parts of Asia, I think we were shielded from it because we were able to have long-term contracts. But if you look at how Europe has suffered during that period and how it decimated some of the industries, we have to stop that from ever happening in our own country, in Singapore, for example. And hence, having reliable supply at affordable is absolutely important and critical.
More weight on those shoulders again, Alan, if I may say so, in your new role. Kai-san, look, we've heard a little bit about the growing power generation through gas, the enormous increases, very firmly rooted in the long-term energy mix of Asia once again. But what are the challenges that the industry faces if we want to increase gas-fired power generation? I mean, how do you see the difficulties we might face in realigning gas in the mix?
So I think there are a couple of challenges ASEAN countries are facing. So one is depleting domestic gas, so such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand. These countries are facing declining natural gas, domestic natural gas, while demand is continuing to increase. So how to secure natural gas, that's one challenge. And second is, of course, infrastructure development, especially the downstream LNG receiving terminals, as well as power generation capacity. So under the tight supply market, not only gas turbine, but also transformers, cables, etc. I think managing the procurement of facilities and installing such facilities on time, that is critical. And probably the third one is creating the bankable PPA, so that, for example, as you mentioned earlier, some government still, regulated, and they're not ready to accept such a new fuel, the LNG import, for a long time. So therefore, I think some early or sustained collaboration between investor or supplier and the buyer countries would be needed. I mean, the government side is needed. And maybe the last but not least is LNG procurement, LNG fluctuation. So market continue to fluctuate. So therefore, in committing long-term procurement, some flexibility need to be secured. So how to secure such a flexible, cost-competitive LNG? So that has been becoming increasingly challenging. So I think these key challenges need to be managed together. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Kai-san. Judy, 15 seconds. Any advice to the nascent regulators in Asia?
I think there are 2 points that are very closely related when it comes to advice on regulatory framework. One is set the rules of the road clearly and transparently. And second, related to that, understand the incentives to encourage competitive private sector participation and anticipate that the incentives should be steady so that the attractiveness of investments, or to be able to attract investment in a country, continues over time, regardless of the changes, like you said, the pendulum swinging. So set the rules straight and set the rules transparently and anticipate changes and allow private investors to come into the market.
Great, thank you. Right, 51 seconds left. Quick round, one-word answer. In one word, what's the most important ingredient for a successful energy transition? Well,
I'm going to cheat. 2 words: system resilience.
thank you.
I would say collaboration.
Collaboration.
Yes.
Judy?
Long-term planning.
Thank you. Alan?
Affordability through a portfolio of contracts.
Kai-san?
Partnerships.
Partnerships, great. Panel, thank you very much indeed. Very enlightening. I hope you enjoyed that. And with 18 seconds to spare, I'll say thank you very much indeed. Well done.
Thank you.
Martin, thank you very much. Watching the clock very closely, weren't we? Thank you very much. Panelists, we invite you to just go forward for a group photograph. Just one photograph shot, please. Just one shot. We need to move on with time. Thank you very much. Just one shot. Thank you, our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for them once again. Thank you. And there we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, to close today's program, ladies and gentlemen, the topic's going to be the financing our energy future. Again, we'd like to thank all of you for staying behind for day one of the conference, ladies and gentlemen. To moderate this session, we will be having Mr. Lavan Thiru. He is the Executive Director, Infrastructure Asia. With him, Mr. Raymond Poon, Director, Electrical and Mechanical Services Department at the HKSAR Government. Hideyaki Iwasaki, Director General of Sectors Department 1, Energy and Transport Sectors, Asian Development Bank. Jean So, Managing Director and Head of Structured Finance Asia at SMBC. Seong Hoon Woo, Chief Executive Officer, MOG. And finally, Mr. Patrick Hill, President of Global Operations, Jacobs. Lavan, over to you.
Welcome, everyone, and congratulations for making it this far today. Session 6, Financing Our Energy Future. So we've got a very power-packed session. We're going to do 3 things today. The first is we're going to talk about evolving financing models for energy transition. Second, we're going to talk about how do we bridge growth capital for emerging technologies. And the third thing we're going to do is uncover some ways to unlock private capital for grids and for infrastructure in general. Okay, I've got a fantastic panel with me today. We're going to jump straight in. And, I'm going to pose the first question to Jean. Jean, throughout today, we've heard about technologies, we've heard about financing. We haven't heard too much about financing until now. So maybe you can share from SMBC's perspective, where do you see the strongest opportunities to deploy capital in the energy sector? Which areas are proving to be more attractive to financiers? And of course, which areas remain challenging?
Okay, sure. Thank you. I think Asia continue to be of highest demand in terms of energy demand. So where we see it continue to be attractive and a lot of capacity build out is due in the renewable sector because of established framework and that there are a lot of very established government policies, particularly in asset classes like solar, wind, hydro. And increasingly, we are also seeing more investment into BESS because of the grid intermittency. So BESS is definitely very much required. So these are the areas where we continue to see a lot of investment going into, and therefore capital deployment for development of the renewable energy.
Okay. Jean, just sticking with you, from a bankability or a risk standpoint, based on the sectors that you talked about, which ones in this part of the world, let's keep it to emerging Asia, which ones prove to be slightly more challenging?
Yeah, I think Southeast Asia remains to be still slightly patchy in terms of the renewables and also energy development because there are not as established government policies and framework that we see. And also in terms of, other than renewables, in terms of technologies, also the new energy space. So new technologies are still quite high in terms of the cost of investments. So we haven't really seen enough of government incentive going into developing of the new technologies.
Yeah. Thanks, Jean. I think that's a theme that has continued throughout today. It's about enabling framework, incentives in place to spur technology. Thanks so much for that, Jean. Hideaki-san, multilateral banks like the ADB, over time you have evolved in terms of your financing approach to accelerate the energy transition. Actually, can you share with us what are the new sources of capital that MDBs like yourself are looking to leverage? I think today we heard a smattering all over about this term that people are throwing around called blended finance. I think as you share with us, can you maybe point to one or two examples where you have seen blended finance being used as well?
Okay, thank you. And I'm very happy to be here. Probably first I need to demystify what is MDB. After all, we can mobilize resources slightly cheaper than many of the countries in the region because of the shareholding, also by more developed countries in the region. And also we have access to donors, which provide financing, which may be used for blending finance purposes. But I think probably what we are seeing is we are gaining experience in packaging projects, which would deal with the risk and also the bankability hurdles. And that would make those projects to access more easily to more concessional financing sources. And we have one prominent example from Laos, PDR, and Vietnam, which is Monsoon Wind Power Project, which is the first cross-border wind power initiative in Asia. This combined a lot of financing sources, including grant sources and concessional sources. And this is the first onshore cross-border initiative in the wind sector. Here again, I would like to highlight that the importance is the collaboration among the two countries concerned, and also probably the concerted effort to deal with the risks, bankability hurdles, by providing or combining the technical expertise to package the project. So it's not that new financing sources are emerging, but I think we are trying to make the projects more bankable and make projects more easily accessing new financing sources.
Yeah.
Let me stop here.
Can I just stick with you? And on the monsoon example, I think it's been talked about, and I think recently it was also in the press for starting of the operations. Can you just share in this specific monsoon example, what really was the blended finance used to pay for? Because everyone has this view that maybe blended finance is going to solve all the problems. It's like a silver bullet of sorts. But can you share maybe in the monsoon example specifically what did blended finance help to do?
Yeah, I think in this case the project is located in Lao PDR, and I would say that still, a lot of regulatory, aspects need improvement, probably. But in this particular case, this has kind of ring-fenced, and also on the Vietnam side, there are still uncertainties about the offtake, and I think these uncertainties not directly linked to the structure itself, but the involvement of the two jurisdictions. I think this is something we were able to address.
Perfect. Thank you so much for sharing. I think now, let's move to the second theme that we wanted to talk about, which is about bridging growth capital for emerging technologies. And so glad to have Song Hoon with us today. So for companies like Emergy that are developing new energy technologies, what kind of support do you need most from a financing perspective, whether it's financial institution or multilaterals, to help you access growth and scale up?
Sure. So first of all, thank you for having me here in this amazing panel. And probably it's first to give a little bit more context to those who may not be familiar with company Emergy. Emergy is a 5-year-old startup company based in the US. We developed the ammonia to power technology, which includes the ammonia cracking and hydrogen propulsion technology. So you can put this modular power solution in stack so that you can generate the multi-megawatt power using our technology. So the company so far has raised roughly $300 million of the capital. And out of $300 million, we raised roughly $100 million capital this year, 2025. And yeah, speaking of the stage of the company, we are now really graduating from the R&D and starting the first of a kind commercial deployment starting from this year and next year. So this is really at the stage of company where we typically call like the missing middle. So the technology has not been fully commercially deployed yet, but still needs a lot of the capital. So certainly from the company perspective, we want to see the investors being probably a little bit more flexible and understanding the potential risk of the commercial deployment of such a technology, but still structuring the deal in the way that is still, de-risking their financial goals as well. But at the same time, I think it really comes down to the company's responsibility and the company's kind of creativity to blend the different sources of the capital to find what they need in terms of the resources to structure that, probably use more of a strategic investor at this stage of the company. That's how Emergy has navigated this environment in general as well.
Yeah. So the missing middle solved by strategic investors. Thanks, Seong Hoon. And sticking with you, as you look to scale your business across Asia or other markets, which markets stand out to you as promising markets and why? And how do some factors like regulatory frameworks or stability influence your expansion strategy?
Sure. So first of all, our technology, from the energy perspective, we use ammonia as a fuel. So ammonia, of course, among the many different potential clean energy sources, makes the most sense in the energy importing countries with the consistent decarbonization initiative, like Singapore, where we are today, or the other countries like Japan and Korea. And also, changing to the new energy, new fuel, like the ammonia, requires not just the technology maturity, and also the consistent, the policy, and also the consistent, really, the initiative in each of the regions. With all that said, deployment of our technology probably that makes the most sense in the Asia Pacific in general, in the immediate near future, where we already have the initiative supporting the ammonia-based power generation, like the Japan CFD or the Korea CHPS. Those policies are existing and also expanding, therefore enabling energy to really deploy the technology in the near term. But of course, as we transition towards a new form of fuel and energy, we see that the market, the exposure to be expanding even further. And also, especially the shipping is committing to use ammonia over the longer term. So the market opportunity will continue to open up for us.
All right. Thanks a lot for that. I'm just reminded I'm carrying this iPad around. So if you have any questions, please send your questions out here, and we'll try to address them as much as possible during this session. Patrick, from your experience at Jacobs, what key challenges are your clients facing when structuring and financing transformative energy or infrastructure projects? And can you share some examples of maybe where innovative financing mechanism or approaches have been used?
Sure, yeah. So just for a bit of context, Jacobs is one of the world's largest science, engineering, project delivery solutions, professional services firms. And so I guess we have a really unique insight into what all of our clients are doing across the globe. Probably three things that I would pick out in terms of key trends that we're seeing at the moment. One is around, I'd say, outcomes-based financing. There's one insight around, I think, front-end loading of projects, and then the third one around digital. I might just quickly pick up on an example for each of those. Just on the outcomes-based financing insight that perhaps we bring from Europe, actually, with ThyssenKrupp. So ThyssenKrupp, major steel producer in Germany, in their Duisburg facility in Germany, they're looking to completely transform their facility, which has been in operation for over 130 years. And so they're looking to cut their emissions by 25%. So from a financing perspective, they're looking at an investment somewhere between 2 to 3 billion euro. Around about a third of that will come from them, and around 2/3 financed through some EU funding, which effectively, that's actually coming from the federal and state government in Germany, but in line with EU guidelines around climate, environmental protection and energy. So that's sort of one particular area. I think around some of the front-end loading, the importance of that, we're just sort of seeing that being critical around the early involvement and the early establishment of offtake agreements. So there's a large BESS project in Australia, the Victorian Big Battery project that we're involved in, where the owner, developer, got Engie to commit to I think it was 40 megawatts out of 300 megawatts to really underpin the project. And then the last one, just around digital, I think we're seeing more and more digital involvement in our projects. One of the things that we're seeing at the moment, we're actually in the middle of developing a digital twin for NVIDIA, so that will form the basis and the blueprint of all their AI factories. But also we're seeing digital come into the delivery phase as well, and some of the tools and applications that financiers are looking to see just to get the assurance before they commit to certain projects.
All right, thanks very much, Patrick. Mr. Poon, so Hong Kong has set out actually ambitious plans for hydrogen and decarbonization. What are some of the key financing and policy challenges you are encountering in your journey? And what role can the government play in de-risking some of these clean energy investments?
Okay, I'm glad to have the chance to join this panel to share Hong Kong's experience. And I think we all know that technologies sometimes are developing faster than the relevant policies or the regulations. So for the development and use of hydrogen as energy in Hong Kong, because Hong Kong is with high density, a small city, just like Singapore, safety is of utmost importance. So we need relevant policy and regulations to ensure safety in Hong Kong. This is one of the challenges. And the second is because of the development of new technologies or new energy applications, they may need to get approval or clearance from multiple government departments. So if that's a too complicated, that will also present challenges. And for financial aspect, I think we all know that currently the hydrogen fuel cost is quite high. And if you're talking about green hydrogen, the cost is even higher. And so this is a challenge. And talking about green hydrogen, now there is no universal recognized green hydrogen certification system. And I think that's important for attracting investments in green or low carbon hydrogen, and also developing the relevant green finance, climate finance, etc. And to de-risk these challenges, first about the safety of use of hydrogen. In Hong Kong, my department is regulating the safety of fuel gas. So we have many decades experience. So we are amending our gas safety ordinance to regulate the safety of hydrogen in Hong Kong for the full supply chain, from import, manufacturing, transportation, storage, and use, etc., to ensure the safety for use of hydrogen in Hong Kong. And also, I heard from a panelist in this morning mentioning that there's a country for approving green projects. There are more than 300 procedures. So I know this is a pain point. In Hong Kong, for the development of hydrogen policy and projects, actually we gather all relevant government departments together to form an interdepartmental working group. So the applicant can only submit a proposal. Then we will sit together to vet the application, ask questions in one go, and approve that. I think that can de-risk the relevant regulatory and government approval risks. And regarding the cost of hydrogen, first, for the trial projects in Hong Kong, our government will subsidize the procurement of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, the refueling stations, and also the daily consumption of hydrogen. But that's for the early stage, because we can't subsidize for a long time. So in long run, in Hong Kong, because Hong Kong is very small, we don't have space to manufacture hydrogen. So we need to import from Guangdong province. So the cost of hydrogen in Hong Kong, more than half is transportation cost. So now we are exploring use of liquefied hydrogen, because for the tanker, if you use liquefied hydrogen, it will be 10 times more than the traditional gaseous high-pressure hydrogen. So that will bring down the transportation cost. And the third is what I mentioned about the green hydrogen certification scheme. Actually, Hong Kong has already conducted a benchmarking exercise for the international practices, and now we are working with the mainland authorities to work out a green hydrogen certification system, which can be used in the mainland China and Hong Kong, and also that will be aligned with the ISO calculation methods and some overseas requirements. We hope we can launch this system for international use. That will bring down the price and the financial risk. And last but not least, I also want to mention for development of hydrogens, the knowledge sharing platform is very important. And actually in Hong Kong, we have organized the first International Hydrogen Symposium in March this year, which was quite successful. So we decided to host another International Hydrogen Development Symposium in May next year in the Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center. And we will also come along with a large exhibition for hydrogen technologies. We have already reserved 8,000 square meters space for the exhibition. And also the APEC Energy Working Group has also contacted us to hold the first clean and low carbon hydrogen convention in Hong Kong in parallel. So that will be a very large scale international event, just like this Singapore event. And I invite all to join. You can find more information on www.h2symposium.com. Sorry for the commercial.
No, not at all, not at all. Thank you, Mr. Poon. So kind of a holistic view of the entire hydrogen economy, streamlined approval process, some of the tools that Hong Kong has used to make itself an attractive location. Let me just move the discussion slightly into a topic that was discussed today. We talked a lot about grids, the need to strengthen grids, but I don't think we actually spent some time about what's the role of finance in the grids. Yes, we talked about interconnectors, But when we talk about the grids that are in countries, bearing in mind that actually in Southeast Asia, many of the grids are largely state-owned. So what financing or partnership models can we look to move towards to attract more private capital into grid modernization and resilience? And I'd like to start with maybe Jean first, and then Hideaki-san to add on, and then maybe Patrick to add on, and any of our other panelists. Jean, maybe you start us off?
I think government, I continue to emphasize that government plays a very critical role in terms of accelerating energy growth. So particularly in areas like grid, especially regional grids, where it involve cross-border, and therefore you require government-to-government collaboration. So that is really fundamental. Also in areas where you require there is high cost of investments, like new technologies, again, government will require to implement regulatory framework and policies to support such new technologies, including incentives. So government collaboration is therefore very important to unlock private capital. So once the project is bankable, I think there will be adequate private capital to fund this project.
So I think we're talking about governments coming in early stage, set up the structure right, help to de-risk the project, and then that's something that folks like yourself, private capital, and you can work with the rest of your ecosystem to bring private capital in. Hideaki-san?
Yeah, I may be repeating what the SMBC colleague mentioned. I would still like to highlight the important role of the governments. For the much talked about ASEAN Power Grid, ADB recently launched a financing initiative along with the World Bank. And this is primarily to deal with grids. And we said we are ready to commit up to $10 billion over the next 10 years. But to start this, we would need the seed money to prepare projects. And we are also mobilizing grant resources from various donors, including United Kingdom, European Union, and other sources. Still, we think it's important for the projects to be properly prepared, and because grids are primarily state-owned, states, government's role is important.
Yeah. Now, Hideaki-san, I totally agree with you on that. For us at Infrastructure Asia, we see that part as severely lacking as well, right? Money that goes into helping governments prepare for that project. So that's I think, going to be very exciting for the ADB to work on. Patrick, maybe from your perspective, especially if you've seen how private sector investment has flown in other parts of the world, right? Yeah. That we can kind of look to as well.
Yeah, so we're actually doing a bit of work, just assessing the potential for importing energy here to Singapore at the moment. And so I agree with the comments before around the government-to-government piece. And I think one of the speakers on the earlier panels, William, spoke a bit about GGP, so the private component of that as well. Two things that I would raise that I think are important to consider to attract private sector investment. One is, and I think, if I think about Singapore or the EU, I think there's fairly good consistency in policy decisions around this, but in other parts of the world, it has been a struggle and a challenge. And so if I'm originally from Australia. If I think about, Australia probably turned over 5 prime ministers in the space of the same number of years, purely around carbon policy. And even now, the opposition party is still struggling internally to work out just getting aligned on that. We saw a big swing in the US between the change of administrations as well. So that certainty, regardless of what it is, having certainty is important for investment for the private sector. I would say the other thing is around planning and permitting. We're seeing a really significant theme around planning and permitting, especially as it pertains to grids. We're currently delivering a 700-kilometre interconnector in Germany, and it's become so the Sudeling project has become almost more of an environmental project for us than a power project. It's an underground cable that cuts through 20,000 properties. And so when you sort of think about how to de-risk a project like that to attract private sector investment, the planning and permitting up front, as I said before, the front-end loading of these projects becomes absolutely critical.
Yeah, that was going to be a great case study for our part of the world, this 700-kilometer pipeline that you're talking about. So looking forward to that. Mr. Poon, anything to add for this thing about how do we think about having more private sector to play in grid projects?
Yes, maybe I can add a few points. First, the green hydrogen or green energy certification system will be very helpful because investor can know how the project or the investment can improve the carbon credits for them. And from our experience in Hong Kong, for attracting investments, the green bonds are quite successful, especially for the government green projects. The sales of green bonds in Hong Kong is very popular. And I also want to mention one point that for metropolitan cities like Hong Kong or Singapore, we don't have our manufacturing for, say, hydrogen or green energy. We need to import. So the regional collaboration, just like this morning, Singapore shared their Singapore energy interconnections to import clean energy from the nearby countries. And Hong Kong is also exploring the import of clean energy or nuclear energy from mainland China or nearby regions. These kinds of projects will certainly attract the private capital because of the green nature and the scale of these projects.
Yeah, thank you. Seung-Hoon, maybe I can ask a slightly different question, right? I think Mr. Poon started talking about it, carbon markets, transition finance. For Energy, how do you think about these sources of capital in the work that you do, right? How can they help you de-risk projects, or do you look at them as just another source of capital that you might be able to tap on as you look to scale the business?
So definitely, I mean, in terms of the carbon market and those markets in general, we see that more from the angle of the consistent policy, consistent decarbonization initiative, because at the end of the day, that's the part of the tool that government use or the local stakeholders use to initiate, to unlock the projects. So those are generally the reasons and areas in the part of the world which also provides the other types of the continued incentive, continue the policy. That certainly helps us to think about putting our technology, putting our projects. And also, regarding the grid that we talked about, agreeing with all the fellow panelists about the importance of the government alignment, as well as all the permitting and essentially the alignment between different stakeholders. But we also see how difficult it is, how much it takes in terms of the time. So we seeing that the time it takes to really align to make the alignment, but also needing the power essentially yesterday because we are really expanding the capacity rapidly. You see the importance of the deployment of the microgrid. So in addition to reinforcing the grid of the infrastructure, but also putting the microgrid rapidly out in the market will also help to overcome some of the challenges we see on the grid problem. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Seung-Hoon. Maybe Hideaki-san, can I ask you your sense, your views on the role of carbon markets and transition finance to help mobilize more private capital? Maybe hear from yourself first, and then maybe Jean as well. And looks like we have about 3 minutes, so Jean will be able to sum it up for us after Hideaki-san.
Yeah, and when it comes to transition finance, I think the important thing is the disclosure of the sustainability standards and the data collection, which would be helping the investors to see how their financing is facilitating the transition. And that's one set of requirements. And the other is the regulatory certainty is very important, many of the colleagues mentioned. And With these, probably it would be easier to mobilize finance.
Yeah. So the standards that you set out for transition finance and the regulatory certainty that comes with it. Jean, maybe?
Yeah, carbon market is definitely a very important tool for us to also unlock more energy, particularly in the green energy space. That if the carbon market is developed, then that sort of create another stream of revenue for these low carbon projects. And that makes these low carbon projects more attractive for investors. So I think that is definitely a very critical part of the whole equation, which is why we think that that's something that we should definitely continue to look into to ensure that this lower carbon technology becomes attractive.
Thanks very much, Jean. And so ladies and gentlemen, there you have had it. We've covered three big topics. First, we've talked about the evolving financing models for the energy transition. We've talked about the missing middle, when we've also talked about how we might start to think about unlocking private capital for grids. With that in mind, I have 40 seconds left on the clock. Please join me in thanking this esteemed panel for sharing their insights with us today.
Levantu, thank you very much. 40 seconds of the clock, and very well timed as well. Thank you all for the final panel. Could I invite you to the front of the stage as we take a photograph of the final panel session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank all of you for staying behind for the entire day's program. Thank you so much for being a part of the SIEW Summit 2025. We hope you found these sessions thought-provoking and indeed very insightful. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you. Now again, we'd just like to give you a gentle reminder that the SG60 at SIEW Summit networking reception will begin from 5:30 p.m. onwards. The shuttle service will be provided by Marina Bay Sands. Now all you need to do is hop on to Sembcorp's EV buses and travel with us carbon-free. Do note that seats are limited, so you may want to make your way there as soon as we've finished with all of these announcements as well, yeah? On behalf of the Energy Market Authority, we would like to thank you all for joining us today, and of course, we have an exciting program lined up for you for the rest of the SIEW week. Hope you will continue to participate and engage with the very many meaningful sessions and the very many people that you will meet through this entire week with the same thoughts and ideas as well. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are ending your stint here with us today, we thank you for being a part of SIEW 2025, and we'll see you at SIEW 2026. Pleasant evening. See you at the networking reception. Thank you.